All right, that's enough. That's enough. I'm gonna have this shit demonetized immediately, or copyrighted, or whatever. Ah, why do I have so many beanies? My beanie. Whatever. No one can see it. Just hold on. Okay. All right. There we go. There we go. There we are. Where the lighting's different. Oh, I didn't turn this one on. Oh, there we go. That was a little bit dark. I'm so sorry. Um, hello everyone. Sorry I'm late. I was not here. I was not here. And sometimes I go back and forth on when I say, "Oh, stream starts at 7:30." It's like, should it like actually start at 7:30, or should I start the stream at 7:30 but start like, I guess, 18 minutes later? Goddamn, my bad. My lips look so goddamn chapped. I think I like that smell actually. We deal. We deal. This is the first proper stream of the year. I know I streamed on. I think I did the stream on like Thursday. Was it Thursday night? No, Wednesday night, right? I streamed sometime this week, and I was playing Demon School. The viewers not loved. What does that mean? Um, yeah, I streamed earlier this week, but it wasn't a proper stream. It was just a regular, I should say, an irregular stream. I normally don't stream during the week. Although I'm trying this year to change things up a bit. I think you guys might have seen this in the content. I changed it up slightly changed it up. Or I haven't done a React video in such a long time. Let me see. When was the last time I actually did a reaction video? I think it's been a while. Yeah, I was doing a gaming stream, which I know isn't popular with my audience. I know it's something you guys have shown me multiple times they do not like, but I still do it anyways. Because maybe one person will be like, actually, I like when you play the video game. I think the last time I did a video, my last react was like November 3rd. And so truth be told, it's not like I'm completely abandoning doing like reaction videos, but I realized that I don't want to just be reaction commentary. And so I challenge myself the last month and a half ish to just putting out like just my own content. Just me talking, me finding topics, me talking about shit. Just to test the waters. And it seems like people are okay with that too. So I guess what I'm saying is more yapping, slightly less reacting. But some people haven't wanted me to do more reactions. And I tried to do one and I just looked at the guy's content. I'm like, no, I actually don't want to do that. Not like I don't want to do reaction content. I think it's fine, but like I don't want to react to this content creator because it's fucking it's bleak out there, you guys. It is bleak out there. the gaming space on YouTube is still very much a hellscape. But but people have been responding more positive to my stuff. Thank you. I've been responding more positive to my stuff. So I'm like, okay. I actually got a comment today that was nice. And it was a person who was talking about how they were like a diehard Legendary Drops fan, and then they actually saw my video and it helped them want to think more critically and stuff, which is ultimately what I want. I don't even necessarily want people to be like, I'm only going to watch your content. I don't really give a shit. I just want you guys to be able to think and have better hatred in your hearts until GTA 6. I am not going to lie to you guys. I think I'm like the only person online, the only in the gaming creator space that doesn't care about GTA 6. I don't give a shit about any of that. I really don't. I don't think Grand Theft Auto as like a series is super interesting, because it's like, okay, this isn't me saying, wow, we're starting off hot this year. This isn't me saying Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to do bad. I'm not a moron. I know it's going to make all of the money. But for someone who played, I started off Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. And so from San Andreas up until now, I played every consecutive Grand Theft Auto game, which I know is not every one of them, but it's the vast majority, I would say, right? GTA San Andreas, GTA 4, GTA 5. And there's like the DLCs and all that stuff too. And I'm just like, I don't see like to me from the outside, right? The draw is the anticipation of it. Like we've been waiting for years for this, but I don't think people actually play the games outside of like, oh, it is a technical marvel and it's fun to like shoot people and rob and stuff. Like no one really talks about the stories, what I'm getting at. Like no one's really like to me, like the story is just like, let me guess, you're playing as a criminal and you're going against the underworld and someone's gonna betray you and the cops suck. And I'm like, is that not like the vast majority of the GTAs? And if I can piggyback off of an older Nakey Jakey video, I do think Rockstar's formula is pretty well worn. Like, I'm still gonna play GTA 6, but I'm not in a rush, is what I'm saying. It's not like I'm like, I gotta experience this new thing. It's gonna be the same. Yeah, it's about the mods and the online. I get that too. Like I understand GTA is basically like adult Roblox, where no one actually cares about the actual game, but it's a vehicle to do other things. And like I get that, right? I get it. That's the way I look at it. But because it's not this like new adventure that I'm gonna get into, it's like I can put on the back burner. Like we know people are gonna just do this, they're gonna do GTA, and then from a content creation side, all you're gonna get is RP servers, like GTA RP, and then you're gonna have like either compilations of bugs or glitches, and then the occasional dissection and review, and that's it. Like we're not going to, like, GTA is such a weird game because it is a game we all know is going to do well, but it's a game that also feels like it lives off of the pedigree of the previous games, and so it doesn't have to do much. Like they can be like, oh yeah, it's look at all like the technical side, right? I will say Rockstar knows what they're doing on technical side. They optimize the shit out of things. They know how to do an immersive open world. I know that for a fact, right? But outside of that, like, okay, different genre, but people are talking about still like Expedition 33 insofar as the story, right? Because people were like, oh, holy shit. Granted, yes, I play RPGs. I know it's not wholly original, but still, there was things that happened in that game that stuck with people that they're still talking about that I don't really see happening around GTA because it hasn't happened on GTA before. Because GTA 5 had moments where you're like, oh my God, that shit was so awesome. But then it's like, yeah, remember that scene where, I don't know, Trevor tortures that guy? It's like, that was cool. You guys, you get what I mean though, right? Like, this isn't bad mouthing GTA. It's just, I know what to expect. So I'm not looking forward to it in the same way that other people are. Like after GTA 6 comes out, and let's be real, it's probably going to be delayed. After GTA 6 comes out, we're just going to go back to waiting for. Thank you for the super chat. You don't have to give me money. GTA Story Legacy lives on purely. That's what I'm saying. Like GTA 5 comes out. We all remember Yee ass haircut, right? You might get some bitches on your dick if we got rid of that Yee ass haircut, right? We got that, right? But no one talks about it outside of that. And it's not to be like it has no cultural impact, but compared to other games that I'm more excited for, it just GTA 6 doesn't register for me. I'm not gonna play the online. I'm not even going to be like, oh yeah, I can't wait to play with people. I don't want to play with people actually. I'm a little bit of a loner when it comes to playing video games. I don't really fucking play multiplayer games, to be completely honest. Isn't there some controversy with E33? I'm talking about the AI thing. I don't know what other controversy you keep talking about from Expedition 33. It lost awards because of the AI thing. GTA 4 had a much better story. Yes, that's what I was gonna say. GTA 4 had probably the best story of the GTA games, in my opinion, because I think it did more work to humanize Nico and to make you understand where he was coming from, right? Because though he was capable of lots of violence, he wasn't super gung-ho into doing the violence. And so you kind of fell for him. And then, you know, what happens with at the end where you have to choose between like the woman you love dies or like fucking your cousin dies or some shit, right? And I was just like, I wasn't expecting that from that game. I wasn't expecting to like Nico so much. I wasn't expecting, yeah, cousin, let's go bowling. But I wasn't expecting that from a GTA game where like there was a lot more nuance in the character and less of a focus on like the zany satirical nature of it. Like there's not many protagonists in the GTA series where I felt like, oh, there was a concerted effort to make them a character, to make them a fully fleshed out character. Like that I would expect low key in like an RPG and not an open world action game. So I was like, oh shit. And GTA 4 story is good. Like I like it. Things seem to connect better than in the other GTAs I played. Wait, aside from that just being weaponized by users, even though they cry wolf on earlier before release. I don't even understand like. Okay, so one of the reasons why I made that video, the most recent one, is because I realized that I don't understand the vast majority of the online gaming space, because you see people who will, okay, like, let me focus my thoughts. Let me get the ADHD under control, which means energy drink. Let me focus my thought for a hot second, okay? Okay. So, you have GTA 6, you have Hollow Knight, Silksong, and then you have High Guard. Hear me out, all right? Hear me out. Do I personally think that High Guard is going to set the world on fire? No. I think even though it did sort of interest me during the Game Awards, I had spoke with this afterwards. ultimately, I don't really care about that game, and I'm not really into the hero shooter characters anymore. Like, I stopped playing Marvel Rivals a long time ago. But notice how GTA 6, they were radio silent for years at a time, right? You had like the leaks, but they were silent for years at a time. No one said anything about that, right? Stoke Song, they went silent years at a time. And all it did was build up anticipation. High Guard goes silent. Oh, the game's gonna fail. Oh, the game's bad. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, they're gonna push it back. Oh, they're gonna do this. Oh, they're gonna do that. And I was listening to Inside Gaming today, and they brought up a couple of points where they're like, well, they might be trying to do the similar approach with Apex. Obviously, they can't shadow drop it, but because of their pedigree, they want you guys to see the games coming out, and then when it comes out, let it speak for itself. Who knows? They probably have a bunch of streamers on deck who are going to play it, right? Whatever. But I find that interesting that games like Grand Theft Auto and Silksong can go years radio silence. Elder Scrolls can go years radio silence. And there's no hesitation to say these games are going to be good and great. But if a studio composed of people who put out Apex does essentially the same thing, granted a little bit closer to its release date, it's the panic button. And I find it so strange. Like, why? Why is it that they like? Because the thing is too is like, what more do you want from them? Like, if the game got the trailer last month, it comes out this month. Do you really need a bunch of flash trailer, a bunch of hype trailers? Like, legitimately, if it was coming out in like March, sure. But if I told you this movie, I'm releasing it next month, you're not going to get a blitz of fucking coverage because it's just too close to the release date. I obviously want you just to watch it to let word of mouth spread or whatever. Now, is that a successful strategy? Time will tell. Most likely not. But I think maybe this year I'm trying to be more positive with my expectations of things, because a lot of people and a lot of people online love to immediately be negative and assume the absolute worst possible outcome. People expect fast cycles and release with service live service game while Silk and GTA 6 single player experiences. I mean, possibly, but you also have to remember something too. It's a live service game, so unlike single player games, there's not like necessarily a window of prime release. You know what I mean? Like, it's because single player games sort of eat up attention, right? They want to release when there's no one else to compete against, so you can focus on that. But there's always going to be like Fortnite, Apex, Call of Duty, Warzone, all these other live service games, so they can just release it whenever. And me personally, I don't expect fast cycles of anything anymore. I think the big issue that I have with the gaming industry outside of capitalism, okay, you guys, I'm not going to talk about capitalism for the next 3 minutes. The biggest issue I have with gaming online is the fact, not game online, sorry, with the gaming industry right now is the fact that there is too long of a turnover rate between a game announcement and release. I'm old now. 30, turned 36 last November. I'm old now. You see the beard? You see the white? You see the white in that beard? You see the white in that beard? Hold on. So any whining on the right about how flat, unsexy, or fappable the rest characters are? I have no idea. Probably not, because they don't care about games. We'll get to that in a second. But I'm old. I come from a time where if game one came out, let's say 2003, a game was released, and it's a game in a series, by like 2005, maybe early 2006, I've already have my hands on the sequel, right? Because like the PS2, PS3 era, they weren't trying to make big blockbuster, earth-shattering events each time. It took us 7 years to make game 1, and now it's only going to take us 3 years to make game 2 because we have the engine, we have the assets, we have the direction, we have the story, we have things already ready to go. And we would get more games like that. We would get complete series. And now with each successive generation, you're lucky if it comes out on the same console. Like, really think about that. You're lucky if a game that releases on the PS5 will have its sequel on the PS5. And I'm just like, why has this become acceptable? I hate this so much, dude. This is, you guys, this is my return. This is my return brain talking right now. I hate the fact so fucking much that everything now is a waiting game, even outside of video games. I'm sure you guys watch TV shows. The fact that, okay, so Daredevil, Born Again, seasons 2 and 3 are happening basically simultaneously. They did season 2 is coming out like a year after season 1 release, and they're ready for production on season 3. Do you know how rare that is for a TV show to do seasons each year? Look at Stranger Things. Now, I haven't finished it yet, but look at Stranger Things. That shit's been going on for like 30 years. Those kids were like 12 years old, and they're now in their 20s. The girl who plays Erica, I think it's like Pryor Ferguson or whatever, she was legitimately 9 when she started the show, and she graduated high school during the run of the show. Like, we are living in a time where things take so fucking long that shouldn't take that long. Animation, I understand. Animation is a way more complicated process than people think it does, because most animation is outsourced. Most people don't do in-house animation. So you're outsourcing it to like places in Korea and China, sometimes Japan, mostly Korea and China. And then you have to get those copies back. And then you have to do, you know, obviously a script and then the voice acting and all that stuff. I get that. I understand why that might take longer. But you mean to tell me if I played The Last of Us, I would have to wait almost 2.5 console generations to play the sequel? Like, the original Last of Us came out towards the tail end PS3. I played it on the PS4 as a remaster. And then Last of Us Part 2 came out during the PS4, PS5 thing. So it's essentially both on a newer console and older console. What? I want to be able to complete a game series on one fucking console. Vote for me, and I'll make that a reality. Like back in the olden times, yes. Again, like Expedition 33 only happened because they did not do it through the big traditional publishing, right? Because they were mostly a couple of Ubisoft, former Ubisoft developers and whatever, and they were like, had they done it through the proper channels, it would have taken like 10 years to come out. Last of Us Part 2 coming out on another console is Rise. Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like, nowadays, I have to go back and forth on my stances on remakes and remasters, because it does suck if, like, yeah, I want to play this game, but I only had a PS3. I couldn't afford a PS4 or whatever, and I had to skip it because the game series started in 2008 and didn't end until 2023 with 2 games. Yeah. Back when the new generation sequel came out, it was called The Return of the Series. Yeah. Now it's like, you're lucky if you find a game on your, like, that's why I stick to PC too, because it'll always be on PC, right? Unless it's Nintendo, the games that people play will eventually make their way to PC. I was literally just playing Returnal. I have no incentive to play on consoles anymore. I don't. All the best games on consoles will eventually make it to PC, outside of Nintendo games. And I'm just like, okay. Like, the last game, truthfully, you guys, The last game I played on console, like my own console, not my friend's console, was literally Final Fantasy VII Remake. That's it. Part 1. I have now been playing on PC longer in my adult life than I have on consoles. I just can't. I can't deal with the fact that I have to wait years to get something. And when it comes on PC, you know what it is? Complete edition, Game of the Year edition, all in one edition. Yeah, I don't like having games put across console. And Nintendo was smart. Nintendo was smart because during the GameCube era, they decided not to compete, which is smart. Bioshock 1, 2, and Infinite were all on the same consoles. Yes, and you will never get that again. You will never get that again. My first console was a Sega Genesis. Sega Genesis. The 16-bit, my cousin had 32-bit. Then I had 32-bit Sega Genesis. Then I had a PlayStation. Then I had a PS2. Then I had a Nintendo 64. Then I had a PS3. But I had Xbox 360 first. Then the PS3. Then the PS4. Then Xbox One. And then I had a Nintendo Switch. Which I said I'm going to start using more. So I was looking for games to download my Switch. And I looked up the Metroid 2. Metroid Dread? Sorry, Metroid Prime 4. And they were like, well, it's a lot faster on the Switch 2. And I'm like, do I want to Switch 2? Nintendo Switch 2 sales trash? Or, honestly, they're not going to be trash. They're not going to be trash because Nintendo N64 in the GameCube era. Yeah, I didn't have a GameCube. My friend had a GameCube and he let me borrow it. I played Sonic Adventure. Like I've only owned 2 Nintendo, technically 3, but I've only owned 2 Nintendo consoles. My 64 and my Switch. Like the whole Nintendo Wii Me shit, Wii 2, I didn't play that. I like the GameCube startup theme, but like I wasn't really a Nintendo kid. It just never hooked me. So everyone was like, "Oh, grew up playing Mario." I was a Sonic kid. I was a Sonic kid. People were playing Super Mario while I was playing Sonic and playing Vector Man. Is Steam Deck worth if you don't have a PC? No. Steam Deck is because you have a Steam account. You have to have a Steam account to have a Steam Deck. There's no point. It connects to your Steam library. So if you don't have a PC, it's kind of pointless unless you want to just play Steam games on handheld. I wouldn't get a Steam Deck if it's on PC. But yeah, I've been playing video games my whole fucking life, which is why when I do these games with you guys, like I transition, I play games like this, I usually do well. We gotta do some of our normal routine stuff. We gotta do our we're gonna do our game dough. I'm still looking at the chat. We're gonna do game dough though. Okay, so cover art. Oh, this is some new shit. There are too many video games. There are too many video games, you guys. That's my next take. Too many goddamn games. Because what the fuck is this? What is this? Farm Simulator? Only 25? No, it's not Farm Simulator. It's like Angry Birds 3D. What the hell is this? There is no Angry Birds 3D. Ape Escape. I used to play the Ape Escape demo disc. That's how old I am. and I didn't have a analog controller, so I couldn't play the game on the demo disc, and I was so pissed. Did you see the video that Oh No with Alex made about you? I have no idea who that is, so no, I didn't see it. Also, I think people making videos about me in particular is so funny because, like, who's your audience? Who's the audience who wants to see me taking down a peg? You know? The fuck is this? Some with chicken. Yeah, this is like chicken something. Chicken chicken police? Yeah, I eventually got an analog controller, but I didn't escape from Duck Off. That cannot be a real game. I hate everything so much right now. I hate everything so much right now. What the fuck do you mean this is Escape from Duck Off? No one's playing this. No one's playing this, right? For some reason he made it sound like he has a history of watching a video to saying I have L takes. Listen, we all know that my takes are always the best, so it's weird to even disagree with me. Funnily enough, I always get comments of people saying like, "Oh, you have this echo chamber," and I'm like, "Buddy, most of my comments are people telling me I'm wrong, are people telling me I don't know what I'm talking about, are people telling me that I have no idea what I'm talking about. What echo chamber am I curating on my page? All I'm doing is deleting the just crazy racist like shit or bigoted shit people say. That's it. I keep getting people trying to project these things onto me. Like one person was really upset that I was moderating my comment section. I'm like, why can't I? And they're like, oh well, you know, this is like a free speech, it's a public video, so we should say what I want. I'm like, that's not how that works. Like, I hope you guys know that free speech is simply as it's written, because it's surely not that in practice anymore. I can say the government fucking sucks, the president's a pedophile, and the vice president's a piece of shit. And they can't send me to jail for saying that. That's free speech. The government cannot silence the speech of its citizens or simply the people on this land. That's it. That's not the same as going to a YouTuber's comment page and being like, why can't I call you a slur? You posted a video in public. Therefore, you should be accepting of all and any criticism. Like, that's not criticism. That's just racism. And yeah, like I'm fully aware. What the fuck? I'm fully aware what I look like. I'm fully aware what that means when I make certain videos. Like, I'm not dumb. I know that if I talk about certain creators or certain topics, I'm going to get a rash of racism. I get that because that's everyone's immediate response, right? Especially if it's something that sort of hits close to home. They'll be like, well, you're just a monkey. You're just an N-word. I'm like, okay, if that's the case, why are you so mad? Right? Like if I said something about you and it hit, a little close to home, you're going to take offense to that. You're going to retaliate. Otherwise, like, why would you care? If I was like, you know what, dude, your car sucks. Okay. It's like my car doesn't matter. But if I was like, you know what, dude, I think you are very insecure. And because of that, you immediately lash out to people who are different than you. Because if you are being able to be perceived and people can see beyond the facade, they'll realize that you offer nothing. And they're like, oh, yeah, well, you're just a, you know, like, oh, you're the new one now is you're obsessed. You're obsessed. You're obsessed. You're Asmongold's #1 fan. You're obsessed with him. You're so obsessed. And I'm like, I've made like a couple of videos on him over the years, like literally like on one hand. Meanwhile, he will randomly go after people on Twitter who have like 2,000 followers on Twitter who have no real impact because they're trans. And he'll focus on that. Or they'll talk about how, like, he talks about Hassan almost every day, but if Hassan talks about him, oh, he's in your brain, you're obsessed. And I'm like, do you not understand that you are simultaneously defending your content creator who's doing the same shit that you yourself qualify as obsessive behavior, right? Like, if he's always talking about trans people, if he's always talking about Hassan, if he's always talking about people on the left or all those things, right? If he's always talking about Trump, if he's always talking about those things, then by your own metric, he's obsessed. But he gets to be obsessed because he's on their team. Anyone who criticizes him or anyone like him is suddenly, oh, well, no, your points are completely invalid. You're just obsessed because you're jealous. And it's like, I'm not jealous of these people. I don't like them. I don't like the fact that they put out rhetoric that's very harmful. I don't like the fact that I live in a country where the president will lie about a woman who was executed by the state and calling her a terrorist when she clearly was not. I don't like the fact that there are people who are like, actually, no, it's super basic that they're executing citizens. But if I start talking about that, it's, oh, you're just jealous. Yeah, people don't understand. People don't understand what criticism actually is. Because I can be a hater and say, like, you're ugly, you're dumb. That's hate. But I can also critique your argument. Like, no, your argument is not based in any sort of reality. This person was not, in fact, committing a crime. And even if they were, the punishment is not extrajudicial killings. That's never been the punishment. This looks familiar too. Sorry, it's chicken again. This looks so fucking familiar. Like desert. Is this they're burning alive? Like they're standing from side to side. Let's just say Doom. It's not Doom, but just say Doom. This Hell Metal Singer. Hell. Like Hell Metal. Yeah. No? Okay, so it's clearly first person. There's skulls and shit. Oh, is this Oblivion? Okay, there's two dudes here. I don't know. I think it's chained together. Damn, you guys are good today. I suck at this. I haven't, haven't played this game ever. Can I get one? God damn it. God damn it. Is this like a Valorant character? Is this a Valorant character? I'm bad at this today. I'm bad at this. I'm super bad today. Can't win argument, switch to the violence like one of the famous Genesis YouTuber who made gamer commentary. Here's the thing too, right? Ever since Gamergate, there has been good idea, Stitch. Oh, good guess. I knew it was Valorant. I could tell by the artwork. I just didn't know. We're gonna take a break on the keywords. Tanks, teams, turn. Is this World of Tanks? It's like power ups. I don't know. But ever since Gamergate was a thing, right? We have been inundated with just the worst people rocketing up the social ladder to becoming these forces in spaces they should not be in. And I talked about that in my recent video a little bit, where it's not War Thunder, Split Rolls, arcade style, voice chat, rank system. This was like, it says airstrike, kill feed. This makes you feel Call of Duty. No. Base capture, aerial combat, vehicle combat, fighter jets. and tanks. Split Rolls arcade style. Warhawk. Holy shit! It was Warhawk. Wasn't there also a game called Starhawk? Okay, this is gonna take forever. Hold on. Let me take a break from this game because I want to actually say some stuff. So, ever since we had Gamergate happen, we have been inundated with a wave of people who suddenly grew to prominence who should not be prominent, right? Because everything now, like I talked about in my video, is built off of grievances. It's just the most aggrieved people are just spilling their feelings about on the internet and getting people upset. And now they're considered to have this clout and these thought leaders. And it's like, look at where they originally came from. Someone who played World of Warcraft, someone who was a game developer 30 fucking years ago, someone who at one point was a part of a successful YouTube channel, lost that channel, started their own channel, and became a sympathetic shell of themselves. Like, you have all these people, and for the most part, the thing that holds them together and their commonality is that they had reached a level of, let's say, success, or attempted, failed, and became aggrieved. Like, that is basically the whole new, like, alt-right you're seeing, like the Ben Shapiro's, the Daily Wires, all the Matt Walsh's, all those people. They were at one point attempting to enter a creative field, failed, and were aggrieved, and just started doing grievance posting. And now they have way more power than they should have ever attained. I'm sorry. Someone who started off playing fucking World of Warcraft should not be the #1 political streamer on Twitch. Therefore, North America. That shouldn't be the case. Especially someone who has no consistent policies, has no actual backbone or anything that could be considered like morality or a conscience, right? Same thing with people like Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh shouldn't be a known entity. Neither should Jesse Waters. Neither should Greg Gutfield. None of these people should be known entities. But because they've tapped into people's anxieties and angers, which exist because most people's materials conditions have been getting steadily worse while the rich get richer, right? Same old, same old. But now you have these people who are doing it in spaces where it makes no sense. Video games being the frontier, the funneling force for policies and people or political agendas and political leanings makes no sense. Makes no fucking sense. Why is it that I log onto the internet, I go on YouTube, I type in name of video, and I'm getting told about woke SJW, hate it again. Like, I'll show you. Like, when I was recording that video, I literally just typed in Fable 4. Like, here, what if I know? I typed in Fable 4, and it was the first thing was just like hatred. What the fuck is what? I'm afraid. What is this? This video got 402,000 views, and it's, I'm sorry, is that say 1 million minutes long? Okay, hold on. Let me make sure this isn't like gonna be some bullshit. Let me check real quick. It's just blank. Look, this is just it. A video with 40,000 subscribers. Is this like an ARG? What the fuck is going on? Oh my god, I feel like I'm either giving myself a virus or I am witnessing like an ARG. No, we're not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that. That scares me. I don't know what's going on. 400,000 views. The ads on this, insane. I want to see the retention stats on this 12-hour video. But yeah, type in like Fable 4. Oh, okay, now it updated. Before, yeah, so it was this. Like 8 days ago. Like 98,000 views, 22,000 views, and it's like, and it's just people saying it got canceled when they're literally having a Fable direct on the 22nd. And they're like, oh, it's canceled. Like, we just lie. It's not canceled. Jesus Christ. I hate AI so goddamn much. It's the same. Why are we using AI? Or again, like, what is this image right here? New leaks. What is that image? There's not even recognizable characters in the new Fable 4 game. So who the fuck is this person supposed to be? I don't know. This is generic fantasy. You wouldn't just show like actual screens from Fable. I'm telling you, I have not seen a good use case for AI for generative. I haven't. I just haven't, man. Okay, I'm curious. I see this account all the time. Dr. Disaster. Oh my God. How do people like you click on your subscription box and you come and you just see this. You just see this. And you're like, I want this. I want this. Why is Hassan on the cover of the Tomb Raider one? Who knows? But you're like, yeah, I want this. I want thumbnails that are just disgusting to look at with a bunch of random text, random unrelated people using the yelling feminist lady from fucking 40 years ago, like from the Trump inauguration, from the first Trump inauguration, using the red hair lady. It's like, what are we? What? This is, and it's like, like, look at this 13-minute video. Assassin's Creed Shadows nominated for LGBTQ organization game of the year. Why does that matter? Why does that matter? And listen to this. Look at this. Gamers reject this slop. Code Violet. PS5 first console exclusive 2026 flops. The modern audience. You know what? For old time's sake, let's do a quick react video.
What's up, space pirates? This is your admiral, the charmingly churlish.
Oh, my browser does not want me to do this. My browser is like, hey, don't do this to yourself. Actually, please just skip it. Please just skip it. But I can't. I must know. A thesis in a 10-minute video? I'm intrigued. And we're building up anticipation now because it's going to just start playing. But here's the thing. I'm going to call it beforehand. This is revisionist history. To say that the modern audience abandoned Code Violet, Code Violet was their game, right? Code Violet was an anti-woke game because you had hot, sexy lady in revealing outfit with bouncing boobies and stuff, shooting dinosaurs. That's supposed to be the game that the modern audience, aka these leftist activists, hated. So this automatically is on its face a lie. But they have to continue this. Like, oh, well, the modern audience. Yeah, this game is made for the modern audience. Like, I'm going to show you, if I can, Jesus Christ.
Dr. Disaster. And it used to be that being a console exclusive.
You're telling me that, look at the character's design, right? You're telling me this was made for the modern audience. When they say the word modern audience, they literally are talking about, oh, you woke activists, you trans people, you queers, you woke people, right? You guys hate sexy, like literally. Like, look, if we just type in modern audiences, right? The modern audience, like in gaming, it's these losers talking about, oh, where the fuck is the modern audience? Because they're not supporting this queer game. Oh, where's the modern audience? Because they're not supporting these games. Gamers can't stop winning. The modern audience's gaming got destroyed, right? Chinese developer on how the modern audience creeps are trying to take over gaming. So the modern audience is a negative thing, right? Modern audience slop, high guard destroyed. Again, like this is their take on this. This is the same person. 007's First Light was made from modern audience. IO Interactive are feminist tourists of the IP. What the fuck? Well, anyways. So this is establishing that, right? This is them. The Roach King. Modern audience. Why updating from modern audience is a terrible idea. From Endymion. Again, all the grifters are talking about the modern audience. I want that to really sink in. And I'm going to show you Code Violet. Do you think this game right here that looks like this, actually I'm going X, that looks like this, right, the has layer looks like this, do you think this was made for the modern audiences who hate sexy characters, or is this made for like the gooner chuds who think all you need is women with skin tight suit and boobies and make sure that you see her butt and the back of everything? Whom do you think this game was geared towards? Look at every fucking image of this. Every image is of her backside in full view, no matter what. Like, this was not a game made for their interpretation of the modern audience, right? This is a game that they should have been supporting because it is all the things that they say are what make a game good. And like I have been saying for fucking forever, just having a hot or whatever you want to consider attractive character, especially if they're women, is not the end all be all. It is one of the least important aspects of a game, as you'll see. We'll look at Code Violet review. Hypocritical Code Violet does wrecked over low quality and attacking gamer score for a game tank, but I thought it was the modern audience's fault. I thought it was the modern audience's fault, you guys. So let's look at the IGN review first, and then we'll go to back to the video.
Folks, right up top, Code Violet is a bad game. If you saw tasteful and sometimes not screenshots and
yeah, this is the game for the woke crowd, you guys. This is the game for the modern audience. Again, when I say modern audience, I'm talking about their perception of them. This is the game for the people who hate sexy women and nudity and want everything to be woke and gay and trans and hate this, and this is bad, right? We're the woke audience who hate Estella Blade because Eve too sexy. That's what they were saying with modern audience, right?
Trailers of its beautiful brunette protagonist mixing it up with dinosaurs and felt compelled to pick this up just to ogle. No judgment, some judgment. But if you want something else from Code Violet, like a compelling story with interesting characters, or an engrossing crucible of tense and savvy action horror to conquer, then you've come to the wrong raptor-infested space station. The best it can give you is terrible third-person shooting, boring level design, and technical blunders that make stalking through this futuristic bloodbath feel prehistoric.
Okay, so just not good.
Space colonization, genetic modification, and more to make this final girl survival story as impenetrable as possible.
Where am I?
Home.
Bits and pieces of the tale are interesting, but that's mostly limited to side stories and lore found in the journal entries of victims scattered among the wreckage. But almost everything you play through and watch in a cutscene form is derivative, awkwardly animated and acted, and forgettable.
Oh my god.
All the new and drastic revelations that should be monumental to the story
This
at
looks
hand
so
instead
generic.
feel rushed and full of twists and turns that are either undercooked or entirely too convoluted. The very few characters you meet are barely more than one-note exposition dispensers who you'll watch our hero Violet worry and cry over and never really understand why.
God, no! No!
Violet herself is a hollow show with no motivations outside
okay.
of incredulously doing what other characters tell her to do. She's meant to fill a sort of Jill Valentine or Lara Croft archetype of tough gals that can think their way through most challenges and shoot.
Okay, so we get it. Game shitty. So I want to see what this guy has to say, saying that this is somehow the modern audience abandoning
was a prestigious title, which meant that a game was going to be.
Wait, hold on. Let me restart this because I did freeze in the beginning.
What's up, space pirates? This is your admiral, the charmingly churlish Dr. Disaster. And it used to be that being a console exclusive was a prestigious title, which meant that a game was going to be.
Also, yes, this does kind of give me Hades vibes. Not Hades, the Supergiant games, but Hades, the robot game with the thick lady, which I did in fact do a video on years ago when I started this channel. I do have Hades gameplay.
Good. We used to have games like Final Fantasy VII or Halo or Uncharted. Those were all console exclusive, and they were used as a means of persuading gamers to buy a particular console because you weren't going to be able to play them otherwise, and they were of such high.
You could have played Halo and Final Fantasy VII at that point when Halo was out on PC, by the way. Just letting you know. You could have played Final Fantasy VII on PC. Like I'm fairly confident Final Fantasy VII PC came out really close to like PC release date. Let me see. Yeah, it came out in 1998. So like a year after Final Fantasy VII came out on PS1, you could have played the game on the PC. So just saying.
High quality that you didn't want to miss out.
Shut up and take my money.
But now we apparently have console exclusives just because the developers of a game are complete and total jackasses.
Also, to be fair, you had console exclusives back in the day that were also bad games. Like, I don't want to do a revisionist history here. Like, yeah, they were great console exclusive, but there are also console exclusives that sucked. It's always been the case. Like, that's just true.
Which brings me to this game right here, Code Violet, a game that advertised itself as being a spiritual successor to Dino Crisis, which sounds like a good idea. That sounds like something that I would want to try out. But they got a lot of attention some time ago when they announced that their game was going to be released exclusively on PS5, and the reason for that wasn't because they had reached some sort of deal with PlayStation. It was because the idiots who made the game did not want vulgar mods of their main character's actress to be made on PC.
Well, boy, your mama must be damn proud of you.
Ultimately, I think this was just a ploy to bring attention to themselves. They were
Okay, so like I will sort of agree with what he's saying, because I do also believe that if I remember correctly, the company behind this had already released like a terrible game, and so because Team Kill released a game before, it was I think it was Quantum Error. Yeah, and Quantum Error was not a good game. Yeah. And then this message, probably didn't review well. It didn't do that good. Mediocre, right? So I think like that played a part of it too. I believe there was something else with Quantum Error where they either like abandoned it midway through or something like along those lines. And I guess I could just look it up here. Here, let's just go on Wikipedia, because they usually have like controversy and reception and shit. One of the worst games released at the failure in nearly every level. There's a sequel for this game. Okay. Quantum is a shooter game with the cosmic horror themes that can be played in either. First off, I'm sorry. Why is it on light mode? There we go. Players must contend with both terrorists and monsters while attempting to rescue survivors using firefighting equipment. DualSense controllers provide feedback when encountering hazards, such as vibrating to indicate doors that are dangerously hot. Players can use quintessence to improve Thomas's skills, but there are no skill trees. Players probably can save the checkpoints. So like I don't know like what the whole controversy was. I think just the game was just bad. I think this might have been a way to drum attention, because I don't think people really knew who they were prior to this. But also, ultimately, if you want to release your game on just one console, you can do that.
were virtue signaling to the feminists that they respect women.
Whoa. Did I miss a chapter? For those asking about PC versions, the reason we're not bringing PCs, we don't want anyone modding vulgar versions of main characters as well as other characters in the game. We hold our voice actresses and actors with high regard and as our artistic vision of the game and story, and reject any form of destroying that with sexual mods. Making a joke out of our art and possibly tarnish the reputation of our voice actors and actors is not worth the extra money we can make. So again, this to me seems more of like a, hey, people weren't asking about this, but we're going to make it so people are asking about it to draw attention to ourselves. So it's kind of weird to be like, your interpretation, Dr. Disaster, is they're doing this to appease the feminist. Like, that's something I always find hilarious with these guys. They believe so many groups of people are into the same media that they're into. Like, yes, they want to appease the feminists, because feminist TM were saying, you better not put this game on PC because we don't like games on PC because people can mod it and make it sexual. No.
To be made on PC. I think this was just a ploy to bring attention to themselves. They were virtue signaling to the feminists that they respect women. Meanwhile, because of their decision to only release on the PS5, they can technically call themselves a console exclusive, which makes it sound like they are a much bigger deal than they actually are. But the game is out now, the reviews are in, and after only an hour or so of playing, even DSP couldn't stand this turd of a game and deleted it off of his console.
But you could get far. Like, this is just, there is no reason to bother with this. Agreed.
And hell, even the likes of IGN scored this thing as a dumpster fire. We're gonna have a look at how badly this thing is scored.
By the way, I always find it's completely funny. Like, people like this who very clearly have a vendetta against professionals in the industry, like game reviewers, game review sites, what have you, will still refer to them as like a North Star of things. You know what I mean? Like, he mentioned before that the reviews were in there bad. why do you care about reviews? Aren't game journalists cucks? Like, aren't they the woke industry that's making games like this to begin with, or hates games like this? Like, there's just no consistency here. And also, there are a ton of PS5 exclusives that are dog shit. Like, this being dog shit isn't indicative of the nature of where current console exclusives are. That would be the PlayStation Store. If it's on PS Store, it's only on PS Store, it's a PS exclusive. You have like that Black Tiger, what was it? Like Black Tiger, the PS5 game? You know what I'm talking about? Like a PS5 game. Or is it PS4? Life of Black Tiger. It's available on PS4 and PS5 and Vita. This is the exclusive to Sony. This is a PlayStation exclusive. Life of Black Tiger. It's an exclusive game. Possibly worse than Code Violet. But this isn't being heralded as like, oh, this is when exclusives went bad.
Scoring, because it sounds like we might have a legitimate candidate for the worst game of 2026 released already.
I'm the champion of failures.
Ding, ding, ding. What do we have for her, Johnny?
Teaser warning. Let me just.
For full
Skip
context,
to that.
though, let's take a look at the virtue signals that these wankers put out over at Team Kill Media, the developers of Code Violet. They wrote here on X.
Didn't you just do this? Am I tweaking? Was this not? Didn't we already cover this?
For those asking us about a piece we
Yeah,
do not want as
we already did that.
and reject out of our art, and look at this video that I have right now playing in the background here. This is content from the actual game. They have a fitting room for their character where you can put on all kinds of different outfits, some of them being quite skimpy. So it sure as hell seems like there is more to their decision than simply wanting to protect the modesty of their actor. If you ask me, like I said earlier, I think they were fishing for virtue signal points. I think they were trying to attract the modern audience.
Okay, this is. Hey, man. So I'm going to tell you something right now, okay? I don't know if you're going to see this video or not, Dr. Disrespect or Dr. Disaster, whatever. That's not virtue signaling. Like, it's like if this is the character in your game, then they aren't virtue signaling. Because in your estimation, they don't want people to modify their game character because they respect women. But if this is in their game, then obviously that's not the case, right? This isn't. They weren't virtue signaling. They were drumming up attention. That's what they were doing. That's not a virtue signal, though. Like, especially if that's already in the game. That's not virtue signaling.
This is content from the actual game. They have a fitting room for their character where you're wanting to protect the modesty of their actor. If you ask me, like I said earlier, I think they were fishing for virtue signal points. I think they were trying to attract the modern audience. But that didn't work out for them very well, and also, I think this was very strategic. They knew that if they put their game on Steam, then the Steam charts would clearly show how poorly they were performing, and they didn't want to suffer from that embarrassment, and also, by going with only the PS5.
Okay, so I want to point out something he just did here. Imagine these are keys. These are just the batteries. He was jingling the keys. I want you to listen to the in-between when he says this is for the modern audience, right? So this part here.
Trying to attract the modern audience.
So that is in between this portion here.
Is not look at this video that I have right now playing in the background here. This is content from the actual game. They have a fitting room for their character, where you can put on all kinds of different outfits.
So he's talking about the fitting room where you can put on revealing outfits, right? That would run contrary to his interpretation of them wanting to use for virtue signaling points, because in reality they have this. Okay. And then we have this portion here.
Audience.
Right here.
That didn't work out for them very well. And also,
this part right here. Listen to this.
I think this was very strategic. They knew that if they put their game on Steam, then the Steam charts would clearly show how poorly they were performing, and they didn't want to suffer from that embarrassment. And also, by going with only the PS5, they could use this console exclusive.
Okay, so what Dr. Disaster is doing here is key jingling, because, and I you guys know me, I give credit where credit's due. If his point is, I'm going to cut out the part about the modern audience because it's fucking stupid, but his point outside of that was, I believe them to be disingenuous because they're saying they don't want to tarnish the reputation of the voice actors that protect their integrity of their art, but they're also already having what could be considered sexual or sexy costumes within the game already. And then on top of that, they didn't put this on Steam because if they was on Steam, people could look at the Steam charts and see if no one's playing, it's not doing well, etc., etc. Even though this doesn't really understand consent, that in itself isn't a bad take. If you believe that they are being disingenuous for those reasons, and then also saying that, and they wanted to hide the fact that this game was not going to do well, I could still argue against that, but that's way more solid than what he did, which was say that here, and then in the middle go, and this was for the modern audience. Like that right there is for his audience. That's why he titled this The Modern Audience Abandoned Code Violet. Right? I think even in his heart, he knows this has nothing to do with this bullshit culture war. But these people are so enraptured by having to consistently tie it back to it that they are literally forcing it into an argument that was honestly fairly solid on its own, but now making it weaker.
Moniker like a camouflage and make themselves sound more important than they actually are.
Because now he's talking about how they attach themselves to PS5 as an exclusive to give them more prestige, which is possibly true. But it gets ruined when you say shit like this.
But that didn't attract the fishing for virtue signal points. I think they were trying to attract the modern audience.
Because why would that attract the modern audience? Like, why would that? Like, we could still see. This would be different if there were like, there's no footage of this game, and they're like, hey, we're going to make this game, and we're going to make our characters more believable, more real, which means we're not going to put them in impractical outfits in order to like appeal to a certain demographic. Then you could say, yes, they're fishing for they're fishing for points, for virtue signaling. But that's not what happened. That's not what he said. So he just shoehorns this in randomly.
Camouflage and make them is that this was a fairly devious and calculated decision, but it won't help because as you can see here, the game just isn't any good. Oh, and did I mention by
okay, but 4 critics, granted it's already at 40, but 4 critics isn't a lot. Like, you could drop a game's percentage pretty easily with only 4 people's critiques.
By the way, that they have the audacity to charge $50 for this slop, or you could spend $60 for the deluxe edition, which comes with a soundtrack and some skimpy outfits for your character. So much for not wanting to sexualize their character. But anyhow, as you can see here.
Okay, I have to say this though, because this has been on my mind because of what's happening with Grok and shit. There is a thing called consent. And consent is not just, hey, can we bone? Yes, thank you. Consenting is, let's say, for example, the actress who works on this, who played Violet, whatever, let's say they body scanned her. And they were like, here are all the outfits we're going to put you in. Do you agree to this? She says, yes. Okay. She consents to that. So even if they're sexy, it is something that they wanted to put in their game for, as according to them, artistic reasons, and people consented to that. But they didn't consent to making a mod where you make her titties 3,000 times bigger. Now, most people won't care because, again, the bodies aren't really modeled off of them, but like, that's what I'm getting at when you're like, oh, well, these characters are sexy anyways. Their whole thing wasn't that they didn't want the characters to be sexy. They said vulgar. And their definition of vulgar might just be, we don't want you guys running around with nude mods, essentially, in our game. Which is not for me defending this game, but I want to give more perspective onto that. At least that part of it.
On Metacritic, the game only has 4 reviews on it so far because most outlets do not feel like this is even worth their time. But as you can see, those 4 reviews are not favorable at all. They have a Metacritic score of 40, which seems generous.
You're repeating
based
yourself.
on the gameplay that I have seen for this turd, not even the game journalists will defend it. Let's take a look at their reviews though and see what they have to say. The outlet Game 8 gave this title its highest score.
I've never heard of Game 8. But again, with the whole, like, even the games journalists won't defend that. Do people still not understand the role of games journalists? It is just an opinion. And admittedly, some of them are not the best, but it's just people who have a certain pedigree, who play these games and then give their interpretations of it. That's it. And games journalists are not the same as games reviewers. A games journalist would be like Jason Schreier, right? Who have to like get sources, who have to do follow-up on stories, who have to corroborate things. A game reviewer just reviews the game. And that's a different literature. That's different language they have to use. Like, okay, games journalists would be the one who exposes the situations at Team Kill Media in order to find out why this game was what it was. It came out so badly. That's what a games journalist would do. A game reviewer would just be like, this game sucks. It fails to meet the standards, even do a decent job of representing the action horror survival genre. Its weak gunplay, baffling art direction, rough animations, and even more confusing plot serve as a reminder that maybe something should be left untouched. That is a reviewer. So a games journalist and a games reviewer are not the same thing. And I'm being pedantic, but it bothers me so much.
A 42 out of 100, and they wrote here as the self-proclaimed failure.
Yeah, okay, I just read that.
Rough that station. I would actually be really pissed that these idiots decided to call themselves a console exclusive. It doesn't matter to those of us who know better, but you have posts like this one here from the Gameverse over on X saying, this is the first PS5 exclusive for 2026, launching tomorrow. Like I said, I would be pissed if I were PlayStation, because this is tarnishing their brand.
Okay, that's such an extreme take. This is not tarnishing their brand. Get fucking real, man. There was like Life of Black Tiger that came out in 2017. You're still playing PlayStation games. They're going to survive this. You want to know why? Because no one cares about this. No one cares about this. No one knew Code Violet came out. There's a reason why it was dropped in early January with little to no fanfare. No one cared. That's why they made that post talking about their character to get some attention. No one cares about this. This is not going to tarnish their brand. I think he's trying to put more oomph on it, but it's not landing.
But I digress. Anyhow, the second review was from Push Square.
I don't like when people just read the shit that's on screen unless it's like a Q&A thing. So they're helping you guys see it, but like you can read. Like you don't have to hear someone read this to you. I feel like that's just there to pass the time for the video.
The need to justify what's currently on your screen. It's funny how literally nobody is happy about this game, and not even for gameplay reasons. The so-called gamer chuds were never going to get behind this game once they tried to virtue signal to the wokesters out there and said that the game wasn't coming out on PC because they were being game itself.
So you're just repeating
as they
yourself.
said in this review, is absolutely brimming with sexualized content, meaning that these are just hypocrites. And of course, the game journalists were going to roast them. They were always going to roast them for having stuff like this in their game. You know, there are some people out there who try to play both sides of an argument. They were always the game itself, as they said in this review, is absolutely brimming with sexualized content, meaning that these are just hypocrites. And of course, the game journalists were going to roast them. They were always going to roast them for having stuff like this in their game.
All right, so this is kind of contradictory, right? Your title of your video is saying the modern audience abandoned this game. You also just said that games journalists were always going to roast them for having that stuff in there. But, what you mean is game reviewers, but the reviews that you went over did not talk about that at all. In fact, the IGN video I briefly saw just mentioned that if you want to play this game because you're sexy characters and you're a gooner, they're like, no judgment, and then a little joke, a little judgment, right? No one ever fucking says that the issue with the game is that the characters are too attractive. What's always been the case was people analyzing it through the lens of agency. Does it make sense? Does it make sense for this person who's living in like fucking Siberia to be wearing a bikini year round? No, it doesn't. This is just to get players horny or whatever, right? That is very different than saying characters shouldn't be sexy. Characters shouldn't be attractive. That was never the argument. And again, this is another shoehorn situation because he's put himself in a corner where he has to say, well, the chuds weren't going to play this game because they tried to virtue signal. And then the journalists were just always going to hate this game because it was sexy. Well, if it was sexy, then the chuds were going to play it because the chuds played sexy games and the game journalists hate sexy. But the game journalists played this game in order to review it. And they didn't talk about it being sexy or not. So now he's going to talk about, well, people are going to try to play both sides of the argument, which is what he's doing.
You know, there are some people out there who try to play both sides of an argument so that they can win no matter what. But these absolute morons at Team Kill Media decided to essentially pick a fight with both sides of the culture war.
But how are they picking a fight with both sides? Like, this is your projection. You're saying they were trying to get virtue signal points, but then you're also saying they were picking a fight against the woke side of the game joint because they have sexy characters. But no one cares about the character being sexy. In fact, that's the only thing the character possibly has going for them because the game sucks. People, like I said in my video, talking about you guys being better haters, people do not care about this to the level that people like him think people care about it. Like I've always said, this shit is immaterial when you're talking about an actual game because you have scenes where her ass is front and center. She's wet. She's wearing skin tight outfits and the game is garbage. People don't like it because this adds nothing. It adds nothing to the gameplay, to the story. This is what I'm talking about when I tell you guys doing this shit is pointless. When people go like, oh, the reason why this game failed is because the characters were woke and ugly. Okay, why did this game fail? Oh, because they were virtue signaling? No, it's because the game was not good. And just having characters with big, nice butts does not bring people to the table and keep them there. That's the thing I keep trying to drive home. It doesn't matter how shiny you make something. If there is no substance there, people are going to leave. It doesn't matter how pretty the restaurant is. If there's no food, no one's eating, everyone's starving.
Decided to essentially pick a fight with both sides of the culture war so that nobody likes them. The level of retardation required to achieve this feat is so staggeringly high that it's no wonder that their game sounds like absolute trash. The other two reviews of the game, as you can see here, also gave it a 40 out of 100.
Yes.
A step removed, a small step at that, from being shovelware. And I'd like to think that this video might serve as a PSA for people out there so that you don't get suckered by any of the game's trailers. But anyways, me hearties, make
the game trailer didn't look good, but this is, again, his wrap up is lacking. It's lacking a lot, because his interpretation of this is the reason why the game didn't do well, even though he is showing the game doesn't look good, and there's reviews talking about its controls and how the story's weak and all that shit. He's saying it didn't do well because they tried to play both sides. People don't fucking care about this culture war unless you're chronically online or you're the CEO of CI Games who are doing Lords of the Fallen and Lord of the Fallen 2. Outside of that, people don't care. The people who bought this game on a whim weren't buying it because they're like, I know this is going to make TTBN Gaming fume because he hates sexy women. They bought the game because they're like, oh, cool, a hot chick and dinosaurs, I'm in. And then they played the game and they're like, oh, this is actually dog water. It's not doing well because it had little to no marketing. It cost way too much for an IP that no one knows about. It looks very generic. And on top of that, the reviews, which the purpose of reviews is shit like this, mind you, to inform people what the game is about. If we go back to that IGN review, you know, we won't watch the video of the IGN review. We're gonna watch. Stop this. We're gonna briefly go over the IGN review for Cold Violet. So I want to see something. So I want you to notice. Look right here. Let me level with you folks. I know I said I don't keep doing this, but I'm reading this for you guys for a reason. Let me level with you folks up top. Code Violet's a bad game. No judgment, some judgment if you saw tasteful and sometimes not screenshots and trailers featuring its beautiful brunette protagonist, mixing it up with dinosaurs, and felt compelled to pick it up to Oogle. But if you want anything else from Code Violet, like a compelling story with interesting characters and engrossing and crucible of tense and savvy action horror to conquer, then you come to the wrong raptor-infested space station. The best it can give you is terrible third-person shooting, boring level design, and technical blunders that make stalking through this futuristic bloodbath feel prehistoric. Now, what about just this initial paragraph matches with what good old Dr. Disaster was talking about? Are the game's journalists upset that the character is too sexy and that's why they were always going to give it a low score? Or is it because this shit is boring and all they have to offer you is a character to oogle or ogle or look at? That's what I mean when I say they are projecting and they're making shit up. No one's review, or at least no one credible has a review up where like the game's bad because the characters are too hot. I've never seen a review like that. I've seen opinion pieces where they talk about how focusing so much on the character's sexuality or sensuality over gameplay is bad. I've seen them talking about when they're doing Stellar Blade and they're saying, hey, Eve has no agency, so her wearing these outfits and she's not aware of her sexiness kind of has a disconnect, which makes it more for the player and less for a narrative speaking, whereas a character like Bayonetta who's in on it, it makes it much more enjoyable. I've seen stuff like that, but I've never seen the shit they're talking about. But I am always vindicated. At the end of the day, I'm always vindicated. Why? Because I always tell you guys, you can have the sexiest characters in the world, but if the gameplay sucks, if the game itself is not, enjoyable, it's not engrossing, the game's not going to do well. I have been saying this forever. forever. And I will still get people in my comment sections going, yeah, but you have to admit it's pretty important. It is one of the least important aspects of it. Because like I've always stated, what you find attractive is not universal. It simply is not. That's just an objective fact. Universally, attraction is not this common thing. It's not universally the same. What I find attractive, what you find attractive, what rest you find attractive varies dramatically from person to person. So you could never be like, if you have hot characters, the game will succeed, because hot to someone else might be what you consider ugly. That's why it's never good to bet on that, as this is going to be the core of my game. So this game, along with a myriad of other games like First Ascendant, right? When you rely on just having hot, sexy characters and everything else is secondary, you start to have real issues because, like I stated in my last video, that shit doesn't keep people. You're not playing Stellar Blade for as long as the game's runtime because you want to bone Eve. That shit wears off. It's just like a horror game where after the first couple times you get killed, the fear goes away. I'm remembering specifically a gameplay of Markiplier doing Five Nights at Freddy's, where he made a video where he was just so locked in that he didn't even react to things. He was focusing on the patterns. The jump scares did nothing to him. He had played it so much. It was white noise. So he had to do a voiceover for that video to let people know what was happening because he was dead silent, right? And it's FNAF. It's during the FNAF height where everyone was doing reaction content to that, right? And he was just like locked in because those gimmicks go away and you're left with the mechanics. Gimmicks can get you through the door, but they don't keep you in there. The mechanics keep you. This game mechanically was not sound. And yet I know for a fact, the next time a woke game fails, we're going to hear the same fucking argument. Well, look at the characters. They're so ugly. And I've been telling you guys this for over a year now. That will never be a determining factor. It will never be a determining factor if a game's success or not. It's just so funny to me, though, to be like, oh, yeah, this is the, like, going back to this video, to be like, oh, yeah, this is the modern audience abandoning Code Violet. The modern audience had nothing to do with this. This would be a game that the modern audience hated. And he just threw that in there to get his audience riled up. Like, let's just look at, look. Modern audience are the same people who attend Somali learning centers in Minneapolis. It's the modern audience in which is now. Like, Jesus Christ, NPCs, right? NPCs. The modern audience didn't abandon this game. All of them bought it. All four of them. The modern audience is truly a Phantom Menace. Where's the modern audience? Oh, there's nowhere to be found. They don't play games. They don't exist. Like, this is the shit. Like, this is, and then people would say, I have an echo chamber. Me, that I have an echo chamber. The modern audience, the modern audience, the modern audience. How many times would we tell everyone the modern audience don't play video games and they still want to charge us for that expensive price? Who is they? Is Team Kill Media the modern audience? Like, I've seen more proof of unicorn resistance than the fabled modern audience because it's not real. Like, it's not real. There is no mythical modern audience because you are the modern audience. You're playing the game. The games are made for you. Why would this game be made for the people who attend Somali learning centers? And maybe you should go to their centers too so you can learn how to spell learning. But like, who would be playing that? God, sometimes I feel like fucking Cassandra, dude. Just cursed to forever speak truth that no one listens to. This is his whole shtick too, right? Like every video of his is like modern audience or something along the lines, right? Like this here is a slop factory. This is a turning of the slot factory. Like, holy shit. What is this crap? Ghost of Yote just won Game of the Year. Concord devs worked on High God. No wonder it looks like the modern audience. Still focusing on Dragon Age Velguard. Like, this has got to be the most soul-sucking, like, just shit to do, man. Like, oh my god, man. Like, holy shit. Okay, look at this. Splitgate 2 devs melting down after pandering to the modern audience. They didn't pander to the modern audience, but they just have to keep saying modern audience, modern audience, modern audience. Because it doesn't, that's the only way they get traction. Because what the fuck are you talking about? Splitgate very famously said, make first-person shooters great again, and came out with a fucking Trump-looking hat. Like, what are you talking about? What about that screams modern audience? What about this fucking game? So, here, game founder Ian Prolix, I forgot his last name. I was at the Summer Game Fest when this happened, by the way, and people were like, they were excited. He did that. They were like, what? This shit, right? Make FPSs great again. What the fuck does this have to do with the modern audience? A game not doing well and it panders to the modern audience. How? How is it pandering to the modern audience? Like, it doesn't even make sense. Doesn't even make sense. Let me see what he says real quick about what. How does it pander to the modern audience?
The truth is, I am sorry.
You really are God's perfect idiot, aren't you?
Because he apologized?
What's up, space pirates? This is your admiral, the
we're gonna just go to the
Dr. Disaster.
One.
All right.
Why does he? Okay. Why does he do these? Whatever.
Let's dig into what's going on with this Splitgate controversy. This needs to serve as a warning to anyone who thinks it is a good idea to back down when the progressive mob comes after you. Because the thing to remember is that these psychopaths never ask you to apologize because they want to reconcile with you. They aren't doing it because once you do, they think they can welcome you back into the fold. No, as far as they are concerned, once you cross them, you are marked for life.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The unclean. And so really, what they are doing when they ask for an apology is they are making a power play. They are attempting.
Who asked him to apologize? Who asked him to apologize? Do you see what I mean when I tell you people just make shit up? No one asked him to apologize. People were like, that's in poor taste. And they just didn't play the game. And the funny thing about that is they always talk about the mythical modern audience like we were just discussing. The game's not doing so well. And he's trying to pin this saying, well, see, you shouldn't have apologized. So are you saying then that the target audience was the mythical modern audience that doesn't exist? And so that's why he was trying to bend the knee to them? The people who don't exist? Do you see how their logic does not hold up to anything?
To assert dominance. If you apologize, then that is you bending the knee to them and they become more powerful.
What the fuck are you talking about?
When someone apologizes, that person gains something out of it, because if you apologize to a normal person over a trivial offense, that normal person will forgive you. But with these morons in the woke mob, there is literally nothing to be gained from apologizing to them, and there is often a lot to lose. If nothing else, you lose your dignity. But in the case of 1047 Games, they lost customers. These days, Splitgate Arena Reload.
Oh, I love this. I love this. So your idea, your thought process is everyone who was going to play this game, the 25,000 people who play this game, no longer play this game because the owner apologized for something he did in bad taste. And they said, how dare you apologize for something? I will never play this game again. But here's the thing. Is that an AI avatar in video? Yes. But here's the thing. The apology didn't come out and then the numbers tanked. The numbers tanked and then the apology came out. Well, they linked to The Verge, but whatever, I can't watch that. The game launched December 4th. December 4th. So it had a beta. So look. And just 1 month after Splitgate 2 launched, 1047 unlaunched the game. So let's see. The game launched December 4th. And his video is showing, December 4th last year, it launched. This is the beta. And then it launched December 4th. Splitgate. Let me look at this. Splitgate. Make FPS great again. Splitgate 2 director refuses to apologize for Make FPS great again hat, then apologize anyways. I don't have a script. I just turn on my phone and we just find out what comes out of my mouth. So this happened during the Summer Game Fest, which if you know anything about summer, you know that it was not in December. So it had its beta. He's covering up the months, but we know months. So this is August, probably like June right here. Like, so June, July, August, September. So July, August right here. Because the beta, why am I doing so much work for this? Look at 2 beta. When did the beta release? So it began in May, leading into its game's full launch in June 6th for PC and consoles. But after issues went back to beta. So May and June. So right around here. This is probably like June, July, August, September. So this is when the game originally launched, right? You're following me? This is when the game originally launched. Its peak numbers, 25,000 people. He apologized when? After he Yeah. No excuses, I'm sorry. So this is June 10th. So this is already after the game launched. This is June 6th. This is after the game launched. So he apologized after the game's launch. Right here. And then the game didn't do well. And so then they relaunched it. This is not people bending the knee and losing audience. That's not the order in which things happened.
Loaded is struggling to climb over 1,000 concurrent players daily. They did a relaunch of their game a few weeks ago, changing the branding so that it's no longer called Splitgate 2. Now it is Splitgate Arena relaunched, but as you can see from the chart here, they got a tiny little spike of interest when they rebranded, but it wasn't much, and it didn't really last, and now the makers of Splitgate are having a little meltdown over people noticing that there's nobody playing their game.
This has nothing, we're not watching the video by the way, but I just want to make a point. This has nothing, again, to do with pandering to the modern audience. This has nothing to do with that at all. This has everything to do with the fact that the game didn't have much going on. It didn't draw people away from the other live service shooter games that they're playing. Like, not only did it receive middling reviews from both fans and critics, but it came straight up the hills of PR disaster. So it was a combination of things, right? And then the game relaunched in December. It originally launched in June. So it has no momentum. Launches in June and then relaunches in December. What do you think was going to happen? Like, it isn't because people were like, oh man, you apologized. Now I'm not going to play the game. Other games have come out in that time period. People are still playing Fortnite. People are still playing Call of Duty, Warzone. People are still playing Apex. Like, that's what I was saying before when I say games fail for a lot of reasons. And entering the live service market is very difficult. You don't get to leave and then come back 6 months later and expect to have huge numbers. Literally here, look. The shooter market is far more crowded now than was back when Splitgate 2 launched in June. Arc Raiders, Call of Duty's Battlefield, and more issues on the way, and then High Guard, which we were talking about before. This is why. But again, these people don't look at things in totality. It's very myopic. It's because you were pandering to the woke audience, and that's why the gamers aren't playing it. But the gamers are playing Arc Raiders, which is woke as fuck. So, which is it? Is it the game panders to the woke and it failed, and that's why it's failing? Or possibly, could it be maybe the fact that it didn't do enough to distinguish itself from the rest of the looter shooter / arena games, and so people are playing Arc Raiders? And Arc Raiders, is it woke? Is this game woke? There is no male, female options. So yes, it's woke, but I don't know much. But yeah. Body type AB has zero impact on Arc Raiders. So again, this game is woke. This game is woke. And yet, Arc Raiders, Steam, sorry. I hate Steam charts, but you know he always uses things for these kinds of games. The woke game that has wokies has 300,000 people playing it right now. Right now, this moment, during this stream, 300,000 people. So how come they get to pander to the woke audience and get 300,000 people, but Splitgate panders to the woke audience and can't even crack 3K anymore after getting 25,000? Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is the case? Do you think it has anything to do with the quality of the game? Word of mouth when it released, the way they're releasing new content, the way they have player engagement, the way they do PvP and PvE zones separately, the way that players can work cooperatively. Like why? But no, dude. It's because we will finish this video. It's because they pander to the woke people.
This article here from Insider Gaming talks about it, which I will link in the description if you want to read it yourself. Anyhow, it says here, Splitgate 2, which was back to beta. Splitgate developers at 10 flies on Steam say that it is ludicrous when game journalists dismiss Steam player counts, but when an actual studio starts doing it, that is just sad. This whole narrative just comes off as completely sad. And I feel like I have to point out that now the game journalists are taking Splitgate's side, as you can tell from the tone of this article, but I have to point out.
Wait. See, now I gotta look at the Splitgate side of gaming. I have to look at the tone of the article. Let's see if they're taking their side. And we suppose Steam's a fun. Yeah. For reference, this is what the Steam chart looks like for Splitgate at the time of writing. The statement comes months after Splitgate. Yeah. A year after the game's paid influencer campaign kept the fire, with one analyst labeling the effort tone deaf and stressing that it alienated its core audience and pursuit of mainstream appeal. Have you? What about this? Wait, wait, what the fuck? We can briefly read this. I just skimmed it. Splitgate 2, which has recently rebranded as Splitgate Arena Reloaded, has been having a fairly tough time of late. The game was relaunched after being pulled back to beta following a hampered and relatively disastrous summer release. But the second wind has failed to generate much traction. In a post on social media, the Splitgate developers at 1047 Games addressed the ongoing discourse around the game's lack of success, which typically relies on Steam player numbers to frame a picture of the game's struggles. The developers are saying, as many have before, that Steam player numbers aren't indicative of the bigger picture. For reference, this is what Steam chart looks like. How is this them taking 1047's side? They literally said this statement comes after Splitgate 2 sentiments plummeted around a miserable launch and a marketing campaign that fell flat in a pretty spectacular way. What tone are you reading this in? How do you read this? How do you read that and get this reaction?
Splitgate side, that now the game journalists are taking Splitgate side, as you can tell from the tone of this article, but I have to point out that this is the sort of thing that the game journalists were saying about Splitgate back in June.
My Splitgate 2 hat has a lot of people asking questions already answered by my Splitgate 2 hat.
Which eventually caused the CEO to apologize. They called him a dweeb.
What?
In this article here.
Oh my God. I love this so much. Thank you for exposing the fragility of you people. He is saying that the article from The Gamer, that says, my Splitgate 2 hat has a lot of people asking questions already answered my Splitgate 2 hat, caused him to apologize because they called him a dweeb. This is how fragile these people are. They will get on the internet and attack people who are different gender identities, who are different ethnic backgrounds, different cultures from them, all live long day. But they called me a dweeb. They crossed the line. Like, what?
The CEO to apologize. They called him a dweeb. In this article here, they said, "Nice hat, loser." These people piled on in response to this faux pas.
Piled on 2 articles. Piled on with 2 articles from 2 separate publications, one being Aftermath, one being The Gamer. This is literally, oh my God. This is this.
That offended.
This is, hold on. This is this. They're doing the daily cost thing. They are doing the "you made me do this." he's literally doing the, oh my God, you're pushing me to become racist. Like, he's literally doing this. Oh my God. He's literally doing that.
But I have to point out that this
No
is the
way.
sort of thing that the game
No
journalists
way.
were saying about Splitgate back
No
in June,
fucking way,
which
dude.
eventually caused the CEO to apologize. They
No
called him a dweeb. In this article here, they said, "Nice hat, loser." These people piled on in response to this faux pas that offended the shitlib orthodoxy, urging people to hate this game. But when the CEO capitulated and apologized, they didn't call off the dogs. They didn't say to their followers that now it's safe to buy the game. And none of these progressives who were offended came out and supported them, or at least not in large enough numbers to make a difference.
What? Okay, complete fabrication, complete headcanon, complete projection. So in their mind, because this is how, for sake of argument, for simplicity, this is how the anti-woke, the right side works. This is how they work, okay? They get to determine your actions. So they will send a target and they will go, until you appease me, we will never cease. And once I'm appeased, I will tell my followers to back off and support you. And they'll do that because they have no minds of their own. Which in reality is not what happens. They never call their attack dogs out for anybody. Once they make you a target, they'll hound you forever. People literally still leave comments about Anita Sarkeesian on my videos. This man just hallucinated an entire world in which games journalists have a button they can press to make everyone want to play a game. And because they didn't press that button hard enough, it's their fault. And the guy even apologized, even though no one made him apologize. And I promise you, it's not because of articles that called him a dweeb and nice hat. I promise you, it's not from an article posted on June 9th from The Gamer. Like, it's so, like, it's what?
They didn't call off the dogs. They didn't say to their followers that now it's safe to buy the game. And none of these progressives
safe to buy the
who were
game.
offended came out and supported them.
Why, again, why do they believe that we are some sort of monolith where if one person goes, you guys, you have to buy the game, we're like, yes, thought leader, I will purchase Splitgate. I will purchase Splitgate Arena. I will play this every single day. Like, no. I was under the impression that we had agency. And again, the people who he offended, he doesn't know who they are. He doesn't know who they are. But if we can go a step further, let's say that the people who got offended weren't the ones who are playing this game or going to play this game. You can still be offended. Like, that's something I feel like always gets missed with this, where it's, oh, you could only be offended if you were going to purchase something. No. If fucking Todd Howard was like, I think black people are lazy, people like, that's fucking racist. And people who don't play video games see that and go, wow, that guy's racist. Are you gonna be like, well, you weren't gonna buy Elder Scrolls 6 anyway, so why do you care? You know what I mean? So if someone has a hat on that's very tone deaf around a time where ICE is kidnapping citizens and killing people, and they're like, that's a fucked up hat to wear. Is it only fucked up because I was maybe going to play Splitgate, but now I'm not? Or is it fucked up because it's fucked up?
Or at least not in large enough numbers to make a difference. The only reason that they are being defensive of this message here is because it corresponds with what these game journalists themselves.
And also a reminder, he is going off of this article. I got rid of it. He's going off with this article though, which is not, you can read it for yourself, which is not defending it's not defending Splitgate at all. And he's saying they're now defending it, but they're not.
Frequently say. But anyhow, the article is going to quote this X post from these guys. It says next, in a recent post.
He said he was going to leave this in for people to read for themselves, and he's just reading the entire article now. Like, we're at 9 minutes, and he's still reading this article. He didn't stop reading, like, that's the whole article. He said he was going to let the people read it themselves.
And form your own opinion.
How about no?
And my guys, this comes off as utterly desperate. And let me just spell this out for you. When you bent the knee to the mob, you essentially spat in the face of the chuds who were supporting you initially. So no, there won't be any coming back and trying this game out. In fairness though, it still wasn't a huge hit or anything right when it did come out.
There you go. There you go. Do you see what I mean when I say they are stuck in this culture war? So they have to shoehorn all the jingling keys in front of you. And then like, yeah, but it wasn't even a success to begin with. So like they ultimately wouldn't have had success. You know what I mean? Like, yes, that was the whole point. Right here. A fucking 11-minute video can be summarized right here.
In fairness, though, it still wasn't a huge hit or anything right when it did come out initially, but it did have the potential to pick up steam. But now,
It wasn't a huge hit, but it had potential because I can gauge potential. But now, because they pissed off the chuds, it will never succeed because the chuds were the only ones going to play this game. Weird that I refer to my own group as chuds, but that's what's going to happen, you guys.
the game is DOA and we can all see it. Pretending that these Steam charts have no meaning, especially for a free-to-play game, that is just massive cope. So no, Steam charts may not measure fun, but they sure as hell measure players. In other words, the potential customers that might have spent a few bucks on microtransactions in order to keep this studio afloat. And may I also point out that the only reason that a studio like this would even issue such a statement is because the numbers are so damn low, and they are being very defensive, most likely because it is a touchy subject.
What does that have to do with the wokeness or whatever? The ironic part about all of this is he starts off this video talking about how the people on the left, the woke mob, once you become an enemy to them, no matter what you do, they will never support you. And then he literally says this shit right here.
Especially for a free-to-play is free and fizz off as utterly desperate. And let me just spell this out for you. When you bent the knee to the mob, you essentially spat in the face of the chuds who were supporting you initially. So no, there won't be any coming back and...
So my question is, you just said that the woke mob, once you cross them, it doesn't matter if you apologize or not, that you can't come back. But you also just said that there's no coming back for them for your side either. So is it like okay if the chuds do that, but wrong if the wokies do it? Or is this like you forgot that you said that that was a bad thing to do? And that's what made, and I'm not putting words in his mouth. Like this is what he said.
With this split gate, because the thing to remember is that these psychopaths never ask you to apologize because they want to reconcile with you. They aren't doing it because once you do, they think they can welcome you back into the fold. No, as far as they are concerned, once you cross them, you are marked for life.
And then you say this.
Only reason that this is just massive cope. So no, Steam charts may not be getting and buds who were supporting you in mob. You essentially spat in the face of the chuds who were supporting you initially. So no, there won't be any coming back and trying this game out.
Seems a bit contradictory to me. Seems a little bit contradictory to me.
In fairness, though, we can all see it, pretending that these Steam charts have and because the game has, in fact, flopped. In any event, though, someone suggested I start putting this section of my videos at the end so you don't have to skip through it in the middle of the video, and that seemed like a good idea. So we're going to try it out for a bit here, but make sure you hit the like button.
Okay, anyways, so yeah, this is the caution. This is the 1 billionth cautionary tale. Because first it was Dustborn, then it was Concord, then it was a Star Wars Outlaw, then it was Dragon Age Veilguard, then it was this is the one that they're gonna listen to. Ah man, I did not think I was watching 2 of these guys' videos. And again, the comment section is just gonna be never apologize for being based. Stop bending the knee to progressives that don't play video games. This is so funny because this is not what happened. This is not what happened. Imagine apologizing to people that weren't playing your game. Let's actually read the fucking apology, because this is insane. So I'm surprised. I guess it's the apologies, right? So I'm surprised, to be honest, to dive right into it. We didn't expect this to be nearly as controversial as it was, and we didn't intend for it to be, he said. In terms of numbers, there have been good numbers, there have been lots of negativity, but also positivity to match that people love the game. We just crossed the 2.5 million player threshold. We tripled our player count. That there's good and bad. I think time will tell. Mixed emotions for sure, but overall feeling good. Obviously, I had to start by asking him about the hat. What was that about? I'll start by saying we talked a lot about this. We didn't intend for this to be any sort of political statement. Pro replied, I mean, I think we meant to be taken at face value, which is we're not happy with the state of FPS games. I myself as a gamer and my friends and I talk about how bored we are. We thought it's something that's been memed to death. Even 3 months ago, Hideo Kojima had a hat that said, make TV great again. Author's note, while this photo was reposted in March on Threads, the photo itself appears to be from 2017. And his hat was red and there was no controversy there. So we talked about it and we thought, okay, maybe some people would take it the wrong way, but it's been memed to death. It kind of says what we feel, which is we want to make an awesome game and we're not happy with the state of FPSs. So here we go. I think the best I can say is we're not trying to send any sort of political messaging, and we're moving on from this. Our intent is we just want to make a great game. Listen to the fans. We've always been all about community, and that's just not just community in terms of listening and feedback to make the game better, but also in terms of making community with the people that want to be part of the devs engaging the players. It's a positive community, and so is our ambition. Obviously, right now, it doesn't feel that way, but we're getting back to our focus, and that's what our focus is on. So we're putting this behind us. We're moving forward. We're just going to keep listening to the community and making a great game. I want to apologize, and genuinely don't have to believe me, but the truth is I'm sorry, and the reason I am sorry is because of what is done to the community. The most important thing to me right now is wanting to have an amazing community. I hate seeing division. Yada, 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 yada. This apology or whatever is not the reason why Splitgate 2 is in the state that it's in. It's not. And I'm going to go a step further. All right? Fuck it. I'm going to go a step further. The chuds, those guys, those are the ones who don't play games. Those are the ones who don't play these games, okay? Because most normal people, the vast majority of people who play video games are normal. And so they get offended by normal shit too. Right now, in Minneapolis, there are hundreds of thousands of people protesting on the street, possibly millions, like hundreds of thousands of people protesting right now an injustice. People immediately took to the streets, right? Immediately flooded the streets because people saw someone get executed by the state, by the federal government via the immigration, via ICE. And they said that's insane tyranny. We're not going to stand for it. We're going to take to the streets. Do you think those people are some radical group who are only motivated by being leftist? Or do you think they're normal fucking people who, when they see objectively heinous shit, will have a reaction to it? Normal people, the vast majority of this country does not like Donald Trump, does not like ICE. The vast majority of this country does not like our current administration. And it's not just me saying that. And there's a reason why I'm talking about this right now. Okay? So, let's look at, in the last 3 hours, man, look, this is gonna, so look at this, okay? New York Times, which is basically a rag, which supports the Trump administration a lot. Their approval polls. Republican pollster, +6. Insider Advantage, +8. The vast majority disapprove of this president. He has very low polling compared to Bush, compared to Biden, compared to, I mean, he's better than his first term, which is crazy, compared to last presidents, right? People don't fucking like this administration. People don't really fucking like ICE either. We can keep going through here. Most of the polls disapprove, 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 disapprove. The majority of this country does not fucking like them. But when you're hyper online, right, you think the majority of the country's on your side. Same thing when it comes to gaming. They think that their audience is indicative of the entire gaming populace, but it's not. So when they see shit like, hey, you know how you guys don't like the fucking Trump administration? Well, here's a dumbass who has a Trump-esque hat talking about how all these other games are terrible and we hate the current state of gaming and we're going to bring it back. That's going to rub normal people the wrong way. Millions of people watch Jeff Keighley shit. Millions of gamers watch the Summer Games Fest and watch the Game Awards. So he has eyeballs on him. So when millions of people who are potential customers see that shit and they're normal, they're going to be like, I'm going to play another free game. I'm going to play something else. That doesn't make me feel icky. Like, they don't ever think about that shit, though. It's always this myopic worldview. And I don't want that for you guys. That's why I bring other things in play here, because we aren't just dealing with video games, right? Video games don't exist in this vacuum. Consumers don't just buy particular things because of a vacuum. There's extenuating circumstances. If you don't have excess money, you're probably not going to buy lots of shit, right? If you don't have fucking space on your computer to download the new game, even if it's free, you probably don't want to download it if you're already like, oh, well, you know, this guy maybe he's a Trump supporter or a Trump-like or whatever, right? That's what happened here. The game was already middling. They already had middling reviews. And then on top of that, they did that shit. It doesn't help them. It doesn't help them at all. And like I've said before, games fail and games succeed all the time. Oftentimes, regardless of the political leanings of the developers, right? I'm sure I have played games made by a couple of developers who don't align with me politically, but they made bangers. There are people who hate wokeness, but will play fucking Metal Gear and love Metal Gear. They love the Call of Duty games, but they hate politics in their games. They love like FromSoft games, but again, they don't like politics. They don't like women in positions of power. When in almost every fucking FromSoft game, women are central figures. But like, again, yeah, they love X-Men, hate politics. These people are so myopic. And because they lack a bigger worldview, when they talk about these things, it's laughable to me. So I'm like, you think, like, if you guys weren't here for earlier part, I watched his Code Violet video. I'm like, you think that Code Violet didn't do well because they pander to the modern audience, even though the modern audience, by your own estimation, hates that shit? Why would they pander to them that way? Right? They don't even factor in the fact that other people who aren't terminally online play these games and buy these games. And like I said before, these terminally online chuds are the ones who do not buy these games. Fucking Grums was talking about Stellar Blade for months. He didn't fucking play the game. He didn't play Stellar Blade. There's an excellent video by Sean talking about that. But I saw one on Twitter a long time ago. He didn't play the game, but he's talking about yapping about saying everyone says they're just mad because they're sexy characters. I have Stellar Blade, but according to these people, I wouldn't even have that game. Right? Like, let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all something. This is the video I did 8 years ago, okay? Haiti. We're gonna mute it because I don't hear my 8-year-old voice. But this is the game. This is Haiti. Now, did I enjoy this game? No.
I have to figure this shit out. Okay.
God, my microphone was so bad. But I played this game. I played Hades.
How if I use 1? Okay. How about if I use...
And this is me trying to figure out
here.
possibly a basic puzzle. But I played this game 8 years ago. Yeah, Hades got like, I think they have 3 games in there. But I played Hades, right? I have no problem with games like this. I don't have a problem with games like this. I also played fucking Nier Automata, right? Like I played Nier. I played Nier Automata. And Nier Replicant. I don't have a problem playing these games. I don't have a problem playing what they might call game with slightly gooner elements to it. I don't have a problem with that. Because there's more to these games than that. Like Hades with the puzzle game, the whole bouncing butt and bouncing titties doesn't hook you. So I was like, I'm bored. And I stopped playing the game. But I play those games. What is it with Logan Paul? YouTube finally maturing? No. But look, even me, my thumbnail, look at that butt picture thumbnail, right? That was the meta back then. So I'm not some fucking prude when it comes to this shit. But I'm also an adult. So like when I see games and I'm like, oh,
But
you guys are just
I am sorry.
You guys are just playing these games to be gooners and whatever. I have some authority to talk about that shit. Because I've also played games that have sexy characters who are scantily clad, and I've enjoyed them. And I've also had sexy game characters I didn't enjoy. And it wasn't because the characters are too sexy. It's because of the gameplay. Which is why when people are talking about Code Violet, and they're saying it sucks, they're not saying it sucks because the character's too hot. But anytime I make that argument, I always have pushback with people going, well, you have to admit. I'm like, no, I don't have to admit. Because once again, if all it took was for games to have what these losers consider sexy characters, and that's all it needs to succeed, why isn't Code Violet, which cost $50, why isn't it burning up the tracks right now? Why isn't it the #1 game? Like, why isn't it the #1 game on PlayStation? Why aren't people lining out the stores to get it? Like, I be telling y'all this shit, man. Like, I'm like, I do know what I'm talking about 90% of the time. I do know what I'm talking about. Like, this isn't like a base situation. Let's just do some critical thinking. How many games have you played where the characters are these big, sexy characters, right? It doesn't really fucking matter. But again, like in relation, exactly, it's substance over looks. There has to be something that keeps you there, or it's pointless. It's fucking pointless. Like, I'm trying to find this comment real quick on my video. It was the "You guys aren't hating correctly" video, I think it was. People were talking about it was like, oh, to be honest, people are playing these games for like these characters and they're hot. I'm like, no, they're not. Like, you can like Ghost from Call of Duty, but you're not playing Call of Duty because you want to fuck Ghost. You're playing Call of Duty because you like the gameplay or the story. Most of the time, because you don't even see these characters, like they're in first person. It's so. Oh, what? Oh, thank you for the super chat. Playing this child is definitely prefer my girl leads to be characters instead of objects, and look at now, interesting in the game so far to me. Okay, so let's talk about that for a second, right? Because there is this weird discussion anytime we have female lead characters that you will never get when it comes to male characters. These guys don't care about how male characters look. They'll be like, oh, these guys are fucking pussy. They don't care how they look, though. They'll make up stories about, oh, these are cucks and they're this, but they don't care how they look. But with female characters, they almost exclusively only care how they look. And then they will pay lip service to, oh, they're strong characters, they're well written, and they will give you no fucking details about the actual writing of said character because it doesn't fucking matter to them at all. You saw in that video talking about Code Violet that, I mean, granted, he didn't play the game, but when we read the reviews were talking about how the character is flat and boring. But they're saying that game journalists hate the character because she's hot. And of course they do care if the character's black. But if they're like Asian or white, they won't bring up how the character is one note or boring. They'll just talk about like game journalists are upset that this game is a success. But they won't ever talk about the actual characters. Well, I kept playing Street Fighter 5 because friends kept playing it, but I keep picking it Ryu skin that has him stripped down. Listen, who would blame you for having battle damage Ryu as your choice? But yeah, once a female character is unattractive to them, that's all that fucking matters. That's all that ever matters. They will never talk about a male character being unattractive. They might talk about male characters being like soy boy cucks, but they will never talk about the characters being like, oh man, they're ugly. Why are these male characters so ugly? Why doesn't this guy have a six-pack? They won't talk about that. But they simply won't. Because these people are not consistent. They don't actually give a shit about any of this stuff. It's just content for them. That's it. It's just fucking content. Like, if you look at, let me see something. Like, let me show you something real quick. I'm going to show you the difference between normal people at gamers and then like the people chronically online. Okay, what's it called again? Let's see. Come on, YouTube, don't fucking fail me. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream, but bum 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 I've never seen, but bum 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 bum.
Have you seen?
Okay, let's see here. All right, so here's the thing. So let's look at this. This is the trailer for Tides of Annihilation. Put the captions off. And this looks sick. I'm fucking excited for this game. I am. I'm hoping the combat is as good as it looks, and I'm hoping that it's not a bunch of like only cinematic fights and like only like 4 boss fights, and there's actually like a pretty meaty amount of enemies to fight in this game, because that has been a recent trend where you fight like 6 enemy types, but the graphics look so good. Like, I don't want that. I want to actually have variety in this gameplay. But the trailer I've seen before looks fucking amazing, right? I might need to upgrade my PC again, but it looks amazing. It looks amazing. I love it. I've been excited for this game since I first seen it. But what I want to show you, let's just look at the comments of this. This is just the Tides of Annihilation's YouTube page, right? The comments. Looks perfect. Please don't mess it up. Art direction is actually top tier. Damn, who's composing the soundtrack? My GPU died. Please, 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 please. Ample time optimizing this game. Do you see anyone talking about how hot the characters are, how this is why Western games are shitty because they don't look like this. You see people excited about this game. This is the shit that I want to get back to, right? You see people just excited. Absolute cinema. Feels like each games that I love combined in one. I do hope that the hitchy can be cleaned up. Like that's the shit. Like that's the shit I love, right? So this is the normal people. And just look at this title. Tides Annihilation shows Western gaming fell apart. I watched the whole thing because 25
How
minutes.
incredible
But
this
like,
game looks. When I first laid eyes on live surface mechanics. Unlike most British studios today, many of which have been reduced to bloated subsidiaries of American ad tech firms, Chinese developers are somehow out here making real video games. Games with vision, with deliberate craft, with characters that look like human beings rather than the results of a procedurally generated marketing survey. So, with all that in mind, today we're diving headfirst into Tides of Annihilation.
So do you see how just from the first 2 fucking minutes, you got the whole feel of the Eastern game companies, they're doing it good. They have vision and direction. As if Expedition 33 did not come out from a Western developer. Do you see what I mean, though, when you have normal people excited for shit, and then you have... And still, the only thing our gaming journalists have against this game is the beautiful protagonist setting unrealistic expectation. No one's talking about that. No one's talking about that. No one's talking about that. Like... Nothing's wrong with looking at beautiful things, and guess what? It sells. Like, no one was talking about that. No one was talking about that.
Our government and corporations just stopped caring. Tides is built on British folklore. It uses Victorian architecture. Its entire mood hinges on an understanding of English myth and memory, from drowned cathedrals to moss-covered remnants of an empire. And yet it wasn't made in London or Manchester or even Montreal. It was made in China.
It comes from China.
And that's worth sitting with for a moment, because this isn't some second-tier mobile port with...
You know what's so funny about this? You could say the same shit about Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yote. It deals with Japanese culture. Why doesn't Japan do games that have that level of culture in it? They have like Onimusha, which they barely use, but look at this. Look at the detail. And it's not made from Japan. It's made in North America. Like... That's such a non-point. But look at the comment section. Look at the complete difference. Like, look at the complete difference between this shit, where they're talking about it's allowed to be beautiful as long as she's well-written character and not lumped into the same played-out girl boss trope. Why aren't we not making games like this anymore? Corporations agree games are made people that are not really gamers. They're trying to make games, everyone end up making games that nobody likes. Okay. That's true. I agree with that. But oh my God, please stop. But are we done? Okay, thank you. But again, look at this comment section, and then look at this comment section. This is what happens when you have just normal people. Just normal people. This 1 million views, normal people talking about it. This, I think like 20,000? 22,000 views. Not normal people talking about it. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Are you sponsored by Instagaming? I couldn't tell. My God. God damn. I thought the read more would say something else. Let's look at the summary real quick. Oh, how did Western gaming fall apart? because they'll usually will generic character design, ambition. Okay, here's the thing too. Ambition. You don't know the scope of this game. Am I living in a world where Expedition 33 didn't come out? Was that not an ambitious title from a Western developer? Chinese developers are creating real video games with vision, deliberate craft, and characters like human beings. They're making atmospheric single-player games that feel like art, taking Western settings, myth, and architecture seriously. Taking it seriously. Wasn't Mordred an Arthurian language? Wasn't Mordred? Hold on. Mordred was a boy. So then wouldn't you be mad that Mordred here is a woman? Is that taking the myth seriously? Or is it okay to gender swap when it's Chinese studios doing it because you think the girl's pretty? Because I'm pretty familiar with lots of myth. I love myth. Mordred was author's like illegitimate child or nephew, depending on which one you're looking at, but was not a woman, unless we're talking about Fate Stay or the Fate series, where Arthur was also a woman. I don't think this is accurate, right? But again, I'm not going to deep dive onto this lady. I feel like I already know what kind of content she puts out. This woman ruined Tomb Raider. They cloned Expedition 33, but is this ripoff a problem? You know what's funny? The irony of her talking about Chinese studios making like original vision, and then this video being like they fucking ripped off Expedition. Like, listen to this.
They've cloned Expedition 33, but has this so-called ripoff gone too far? Over the past few days, a new RPG has been doing the rounds online, and almost immediately people have started pointing at it and saying,
This is Sword and Fairy Legend.
Like Expedition 33. Not just in a vague genre level sense, but with the inclusion of a battle system that looks strikingly familiar. Predictably, that observation has already spiraled into accusations of cloning, copyright infringement, and the usual internet shorthand of they've stolen it before anyone's stopped to ask whether that claim actually of confidence that's felt increasingly rare in big releases, which is why it continued to perform so well even months after launch. It's of course January at present, money's tight.
So that's Expedition 33, and then this is the Sword and Legend of Sword and Fairy, and they have completely changed its look. And I know people are going to say, "Oh, it looks like Persona," just like a Persona.
It's bold typography, aggressive.
But it's just funny for her to be like, in that one video, be like, "Oh, well, actually, they are Chinese studios are doing it better than Western studios," and then the very next video be like, "Actually, Chinese studios are copying from Western studios." The Great Reset is coming. This woman ruined her own life. Korea's secret Gamergate. Gaming feminists just discovered Korea and it's not going well. What? Okay, you know what's funny to me? I don't care about this channel anymore. But what's funny to me is when people pivot. Wait, hold on. I have to check something. I have to do my check. Let me see her oldest video. So when did we switch? When did we switch from talking about the history of game consoles? And she was still getting pretty decent views for her account, like really decent views. When did we switch though? Bayonetta, please stop 3D Sonic games. When did we switch? When did we become a grifter? When did we get into the culture war? Because it's always like one video, and then like that one video pops off, and then suddenly it becomes I gotta see. Oh, so it had to have been recent. Yep. Boom. Boom. Look at that. Look at the thumbnail change, first off. Look at this. It's like, look at that thumbnail game. And then it's, okay, lazy AI thumbnails, but still just talking about Street Fighter, X1 versus Street Fighter. And then look at that. Stellar Blade. And then look. I'm always right. It's always this. It's let me talk about things I'm passionate about. Oh, this one got pretty good views. This one got pretty good views. Oh, 2 videos that get good views in a row. All right, I'm going to abandon literally everything that I used to like. And then it just becomes, I'm putting my face looking disapprovingly on every thumbnail. And now I'm talking about women choose bears over men. But she had no content prior to that. Happened when? So a year. Okay, so like she had no content like that prior to this. And then suddenly it's outrage. It's AI things. It's, I was criticized by Asmongold. Welcome to the club. And then she, oh, okay. I got my taste here. I'm gonna go back to making games talking about. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Then she went back and she got better views than she did when she was doing this anti-woke bullshit. 207,000 views talking about Brazil getting the lost Sega Neptune. Look at that. And then it's like, okay, I'm going to step back into it. And now I'm just going to go full on. Just grifter. They call me a right-wing grifter. You are. You could literally look at the evolution. It's like she wet her feet about a year ago. And then was like, okay, I'm still too wet. Let me go back to making my normal content, which got overall better views than her rage baiting content. And then she's like, actually, what if I go back to just making rage laugh and just boom, boom, boom. Like, okay, the Ghost of Yota. Let me see something real quick.
The Ghost of Yota drama is heating up when it comes to the announcements of escapism, making it the perfect game to play while winding down, thanks to the fact that it's immersive enough to make players feel like they're actually or adopt more unconventional thousands of AAA, indie, modern, and retro titles simply by using my affiliate link.
Okay, whatever.
So is that despite being set in Japan and featuring Japanese themes, the entire game was developed in the West.
Yeah.
Some of which were not entirely.
Okay.
Ghost of Tsushima was
okay.
Entertainment's track record in recent years of making a lot of what many perceive to be terrible, politically motivated decisions based around the agenda of including an advanced level of representation in every title they produce. Bearing in mind that Tsushima is a game that features more traditional storytelling set in a different time, the huge worry is that in a fashion typical of the brand, Sony is going to inject modern social issues into a game where many feel they will be distracting and unwelcome. Essentially, some traditionalists see the changing of.
I would honestly, I'm gonna tell you guys right now, I would love to be wrong about this. I would love to eat crow. And she's like, actually, it's stupid. They shouldn't care about this. I would love for her to say this.
From a male to a female, as what progressives would refer to as a dog whistle, a signaling that the girl's a Japanese woman samurai warrior because, of course, it does. They can't help themselves until every franchise boss narrative, man. Now, when we take into account that this trend seems so cliche and so overdone across all forms of modern media, it's very easy to see why he would come to such a hasty conclusion.
He's
if
a
you head
dumbass,
over
that's
to
why.
Sony Interactive Entertainment's talents for careers in, but instead non-binary, going to the effort of claiming in there to be found on there of her attack staff.
Obviously
it would
doesn't
be
like
challenging
this.
for them to make a game on Sony's websites that we are also committed to highlighting. The Lord of the Rings is, of course, a fundamentally religious and Catholic. All the little that I know and that I owe to my mother, who clung to her. Genius advice, truly, because, you know, we all have the luxury of multi-million-dollar budgets and the cherry on top, why not make the game you want yourself? Genius advice.
Yeah, so I was right. She is, of course. Right? That's how it goes. That's how it is. And so about a year ago is when she just went through with this. Like she just became this YouTuber. When she started off making shit about like games that she liked and had interest in and lost media. It was weird. It's like she ebbs and flows. Like she will have almost half a year of stuff where it's just like, I have AI slopping here. I'm going to be talking about unhinged feminist and all this other shit. And then she's like, actually, what if I just talk about consoles in Japan? What if I just talk about consoles? What if I just talk about consoles? What if I just talk about consoles? Okay, we're talking about consoles. All right, let's reset the algorithm. Let's reset the algorithm. And then it's a complete disaster. Western games are not the problem. It's one country. Doom just made every AAA game look pathetic. The woke right has taken over gaming. Wait, let me see. Are you going to have actual opinions on this?
The woke right have taken over gaming discourse, but what does that even mean? In its journey through mainstream media and political discourse, woke
I don't want to watch this video.
Has become a kind of Rorschach test. To some, it still means being socially conscious. To others, it's...
Okay, you know, I'm just going to just summarize this for me. I don't want to fucking sit here. It's a 27-minute video, you guys. I'm not sitting here for a whole time. Come on. So she seems to ultimately... Speak advocates for stepping outside this binary, asking harder questions, supporting games that speak for themselves, and holding systems, not just slogans, accountable. I doubt that. Giving her other content.
Real resistance isn't about choosing a side. Maybe it's about stepping outside the binary altogether, asking better questions, supporting games that speak for themselves, holding systems, not just slogans, to account. And above all, embracing media literacy. In a landscape where algorithms reward outrage and misinformation, the most valuable thing we can do is slow down.
How do you say that? And then the video we just watched prior to this was like, the woke is, I'm being squeezed off YouTube. No, you're not. Your fucking algorithm is going crazy because you keep putting out completely opposite content. But I like how it's like, step outside the binary, but also we're going to talk about Dragon Age again. Step outside the binary, but here's a picture of a random black woman. Oh, it's so fucking funny. The ghost of Yote problem, right? Where she very obviously is in line with those people. Like, it's so fucking funny. Her most recent video that, at least that we watched, right, was talking about fucking Tides of Annihilation and how they have, you know, beautiful characters. Also, is it me or has like her output changed? Lara Croft self-insert. This woman ruined Tomb Raider. No, she didn't. Like, I don't know why I got stuck on here. I hate my brain sometimes. I don't even know who this is. Did this fuck up my algorithm? I think this fucked up my algorithm. I think this fucked up my algorithm already. Oh my god. I keep messing up my algo. How did the fall of Constantinople affect LeBron change his legacy? Do you see what I do for you guys? I ruined Bleach if it was made in 1970. Oh, what? See, okay, see, this is what I'm talking about when I say there's no good use case for AI generated art. It's like, what if Bleach, but it was made in the 70s? What does that do? This is such an ugly AI thumbnail. Holy shit. See, now she's showing up on my page. God damn it. Do not recommend. Thank you. I fucking hate. I hate AI thumbnails so much. AI thumbnails are so fucking trash, dude. Holy shit. Okay, I did want to look at some trailers though. There's one this game that I saw. It's called like EX Killer. Like, look at this shit. I saw it years ago, mind you, but wait, is that the fucking, is that an AI thumbnail too? Why are all these thumbnails AI? What am I missing here? Okay, maybe that wasn't AI. We haven't looked at game trailers in a long time, you guys. She made a second channel for retro gaming consoles since she noticed it wasn't hitting out as much as the Culture War stuff was. Of course. I made a second channel that I'm going to start using more this year just to talk about random shit without super editing. It's not like I edit a lot regarding this, but I get the point of making a second channel, but holy shit, dude. Like, you can't try to have your cake and eat it too. You can't be like, step out the binary when most of your content is Culture War shit. Put the volume down a little bit. I was curious to see if this was like an MSim type of game.
We are Kasia and Amadeus, the creators of the game.
And this is Gameplay Overview. Execular is a first-person action-adventure game that encourages exploration,
action-adventure,
rewards curiosity,
and never holds your hand.
You play as Denzel Phoenix, an Execular, a corporate bounty hunter.
Execulars hunt down fugitives and reclaim souls from those who try to escape the system.
So it's Cyberpunk.
One of the game's main hubs is the Tower, a massive fortress city ruled by the Helion Corporation. This is where you accept contracts, upgrade your gear, and prepare for missions.
Job well done, contract fulfilled.
The game is structured in chapters.
Spaghetti Western, yeah.
Everyone begins and ends in the tower.
That's a little fun character animation right there.
Scorched desert. You travel through it in a heavily modified car designed to protect you from extreme conditions such as heat and radiation.
Oh, you get to actually drive.
Inside the vehicle, you have access to your computer, storage, and a working radio.
That is... Yeah, it is a spaghetti western. Cyberpunk spaghetti western. That's kind of a cool idea. I do need some janky M-Sims though. I need some Euro jank. I need some Euro jank in my life.
What to leave behind.
Helion's high-tech systems allow you to hack devices, pick locks, and access restricted areas.
Your cybernetic implants help you uncover hidden elements and investigate the environment.
Yeah. The last imp sim I played was Fallen Aces was this game. And I've been waiting for actual episode 2 to come out so I can keep playing it. But I love Falling Aces. It's fun. I know it was an MSIM. You guys should play if you haven't had the time to play it. It's a pretty cool game. But there's more game. Can I go to game trailers? Thank you. I haven't seen a lot of game trailers lately. Ebola Village? That sounds... I'm not gonna front. That sounds a bit racist. That sounds a little bit racist. That sounds a little bit racist. My winter car? I've heard of that. Hold on, I gotta see what Ebola Village is. I have to see Ebola Village. Oh, it's like it's European. It's Russian. I love not Resident Evil, and I love not PT House. This is Unity Assets, the game, yeah? I love this though. Oh my god, I love this. Not the chainsaw guy from Resident Evil 4. Yeah, not the chainsaw from Resident Evil 4. Definitely not the chainsaw guy from Resident Evil 4. Yes, other people can put bags over their head and have a chainsaw, okay? In a village, all right? In first person, okay? Not Dr. Salvatore. Yeah, it's not Dr. Salvatore. It's Practitioner Sal. I gotta see the comments. AI Studios and Temu Games present Russian Evil 4. Didn't this come out years ago? This is the console release. Wait. Console release? Wait, holy shit. Hold on. I want to see. Wait, Ebola Village really hit? Is it already out? No ways. No way. Is that the image from the official? Is that official? No, because that's just AI. No. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, wait a minute. This came out last year in May. Very positive. Wait. This is Resident Evil. That is literally the key from Resident Evil Remake. I know obviously it's from Resident Evil 2, but that is from RE2. AI generated content. The inventory icons are partially created by a neural network and completed by an artist. I don't think it was partially. More from Indie Game Studio. There's a bunch of Ebola games. Oh my god. It's literally copying Resident Evil. Ebola, Ebola 2, Ebola 3, Ebola 4, and then Ebola Village. Is this a live action trailer? This is insane. I got this to practice language. There wasn't much speaking, but lots of little signs and stuff in house to read. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's an Ebola universe. They crank these game out every year. Oh wait, Ebola 4 hasn't come out yet, you guys. That's coming out this year. Wait, where? I need a trailer. Wait, how? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna buy these games. These games are crazy expensive for what I want to do with it. That's crazy. You open your eyes. It's dark all around. Are you in an underground bunker alone? What, is it the same person? Okay, this is AI. This series started in that's Village. When did the first Ebola game start? In 2019. Your main task is to find out who's involved in the spread of the experiment on the E virus, Ebola. Why would you call it the E virus and then make it a real disease? This is not what Ebola does to people. You could just call it the E virus for like the emergent virus. Oh my god. This is so fucking funny. This is so funny. This game isn't optimized. I gave 5 FPS. The game doesn't have any sound options. Probably outputting the sound through the device I don't want to, and therefore can't hear it, and there's no setting to change it unplayable. Oh my god, this is so fucking... This is great. This is why I love video games so much. Because people can just do this shit. Like... They can just have a game called Ebola Village. And then it's like, yeah, okay. Sure. What kind of money laundering game is this? But no, that's not the trailer I wanted to watch. I just found it interesting. I sometimes just go on the game trailer website to see if there's anything new. That's going to catch my interest. So usually it doesn't. Usually it's like a... But this gives you an impression of like how many games just come out. Like, look at this. Within the last, let's just say, we'll go 2 days, right? Look at this. You a trailer for Stip. Never heard of this. Never heard of Japanese Drift Master. Never heard of Steer Remnants. Never heard of I Am Future. Arena Breakout. Multi-Tales, Mama Sleeping Angels, Steel Seed. Like, there are just so many games that fly under the radar. And some of these games might be like legitimately good. Like Shadow of the Road could be cool. Alone could be interesting, but it got 6,000 views on a channel with 1 million subscribers. Like, I know this is an IGN sub channel, but it's always crazy to me that channels with lots of subscribers will get views comparable to like my page. Like, one of my videos hit 18,000 views. They haven't had a video get past this. One video of theirs has as many views as my video has. And they have 1 million. Here we go. EXK Keller. Like, they should be getting around this. Granted, this is based off of attention and interest, but like, one is 100,000 people, and then next is like 2,000, 7,000, 18,000, 6,000. Infield official and administrator operate. Yeah, and they got like Code Vein too. Like, I know the main channel probably has more views, but it's just crazy to me how that works like that. And yo, Alex is new looking. You know, speaking of Alex, someone mentioned way earlier that someone did a video on me. I'm not gonna watch all of it. I think it's Oh No's Alex is his name. I don't know who. I also know who it is. Oh no, Alex? Apparently they did a video on me, and I don't know who they are. I doubt. I mean, I don't think it. Someone said in my chat they did a video on me, but I don't think that was the case. Because I probably would have been. He just seems to be talking about Xbox. Yeah, this is 4 months ago. I doubt I mentioned here at all. It's weird though. Someone did say that he talked about me. I wouldn't just randomly mention him. Because again, I don't know who this person is. Though I can see their output. I have a feeling I know their stances on many things. But different Alex. They did say it was oh no's. So maybe he just mentioned me like in passing. But like I doubt I would be in an actual video. Yeah, no one's gonna like react to me. Like if I type in my name, no one's gonna be like, you used to watch him? I don't know who this is. I don't know if it's I don't think he's what the fuck? TTBN finally got a W? What do you mean finally? Okay, now I'm interested. Because what? What? Why is he so upset? Why is he so upset at me already? Something broken clock. I was waiting for bro to fumble. He has evolved, and now that I visit China, I'm looking for someone in his head, but there is no one to find. But today's Sunday. What the fuck? Wait. What?
I'm not ready for this. 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 I'm not ready. Guys.
Wait, this is 20 minutes?
This cannot. No, please no. Okay. This dude has had some really hard fucking takes. He's had some really bad fucking takes.
Oh, please tell me what I did wrong.
Okay.
What? Bro, it's been a minute. Just fucking. I was being like nice and chill and talking about how, hey, you know, like even if your game didn't win, it's cool that all these games exist and we can, you know, celebrate all these things. But I forgot. His hair looks like a mop. Casuals and feminists who don't give a damn about the hobby. All right, I'm done. That intro killed me. It's so funny. It's so funny to me because oh, hair. You know what? Let's do it. We have the hair mob. Also, love this the casual racism. Internet.
Is this going to be a W?
First off, all my takes are W's. Is he slop? I'm just looking at the chat now.
Is this going to be a TTBN W?
Looks like it's meant for little girl. Keep going. I think your brow is scarred. Hold. Jesus Christ. You guys are so dramatic, dude. Holy shit. This looks like my failed character creator attempts. Are you gonna play the video?
All right,
He'll just
all right,
fumble.
I'm jumping the gun. I'm jumping the gun. I'm jumping the gun. Okay.
And people can't be happy for anything ever. Why are so many people so upset that Expedition 33 ran the table?
I'm back from getting water. What did I miss?
Ne fais get excited. We could get a Dark Souls because of the community.
I don't even understand. Here comes the blame. I don't even understand how I got on this person's radar.
No way. There's got to be a twist. There's got to be a twist. Thank you for the one silenced.
The twist is that I'm always
knew
right.
It was going to run the table. Prior to
Why
the
did
award
this
season,
dude's haircut freeze mid-explosion?
I don't know. I'm not going to talk about his hair, but I want to hear him actually say if he's going to get a fucking W this time, Chad.
when the game came out, everyone's like, this game's great. It's amazing. People love the underdog story. We're talking about how, oh my God, these guys were like, this is their first game they put out. They didn't even not even make a video game. They were literally Googling tutorials on how to do this stuff. And they're using like cell phones and all this other shit, right? Talking about how Charlie Cox did a great job as Gustav, right? But we should also give credit to the mocap performers. Like all this stuff, all this positive praise for this game that in a time, this is such a weird sensation because again, of course I'm right here. I'm right most of the time. Like I want to see what was the bad takes I had. Like that's what I want to see.
AAA titles weren't doing as well as they were expected to. You see this game made by a smaller team succeed by leaps and bounds, selling over like 5 million copies. All these things.
Also, amazing that they're talking about me. This motherfucker's in a banana suit. So like, I just find it weird that I'm cringe.
Come on, brother.
And then the game that people liked, that people said was great,
brother,
won a lot of awards. And now suddenly it's like, what the fuck? The game
brother,
that
come
everyone said was
on.
gonna win awards won the awards. I don't like it anymore.
Take it
What is
home.
wrong with y'all?
Take it home.
And I'm seeing people put out
What the
levels of
fuck
clips
is
I
going
didn't
on?
think were possible. I've seen multiple people in one way or another talk about how this game shouldn't have gotten all the awards.
Brother, come
Some
on.
going so far as to say they should limit the amount of awards a game can win. Where is this for Baldur's Gate when it also ran the fucking table? Like,
let's go.
People are trying to make this a participation trophy type situation. No, okay, that is not how awards work.
He's doing
to be
it.
honest,
He's doing it.
Not a.
To be honest, I'm not even joking. This is the most I've ever watched. I've never seen this person's videos. I don't know their feelings about me. Clearly, I'm not their
thing.
They're not my favorite person. Or I'm not their favorite person.
Categories.
But
you cannot like
this is crazy.
Certain categories or whatever, but this is what it is. This would be like if a film had some of the best costume design, acting, screenplay,
right? Keep cooking.
Come
on,
I finally cooked you guys.
Salt in there.
And saying it could only win one because it's not fair to the other movies that also put effort in. It's not.
Is this happening right now?
Converted.
Is this happening right now?
Converted.
Are we actually in the real? Is this real?
Converted.
Is this an unironic TTBN W?
What the fuck? I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad.
Is he finally cooking? Is he finally cooking?
No, I'm not just finally cooking, but your palate has evolved, my good sir. I've always been cooking. I've always cooked. But your palate wasn't there. And now that your palate has been somewhat refined, you can appreciate the shit I've been saying. That's what's happening.
No. Okay. Chat.
Is he being reasonable? Aren't I always?
Slow it down. Brother, listen to me. Brother, you have had L after L this entire year. I'm going to need you to lock the fuck in. I'm going to need you to lock.
Chat, I call bullshit saying I had L after L. Don't recognize that. I really need to see. I need to see what other videos he's talked about of mine for me to warrant such a reaction.
Lock the fuck in and take this bitch down to the end zone, motherfucker. Okay? You
It's just
fucking
20
grab the
minutes.
ball, you tuck that bitch like this. Okay?
His final brain cell is activated.
One hand under, and you bear down, and you run that bitch all the way to the end zone, motherfucker. I swear to God, don't you goddamn twist on me. Don't you drop that fucking ball, bro.
He's on a W. Let's see
This
if he
is your
keeps
only
it.
W the entire
This is
year of
okay.
2025. You've got this in the fucking sights, bro. You're right.
My only W in 2025 is a crazy take. Is a crazy take because I also talked about how white supremacy was ruining conversations, and that shit was a banger. This video that I did, I don't even like.
There. Don't do this. Don't.
What happened? Okay. Someone commented on my page like when I was talking about me being excited for Control Resonant, saying LOL, how many awards did Ghost of Woke-Tay win? What?
That has nothing to do with it.
Cool. What? Okay. The only other game that won was like what? Silksong, and that was because it wasn't in the same category that one time as Expedition 33. Any game that was in the same category as Expedition 33 lost.
Yeah.
Correction. Except for Player's Voice, because you know, gotcha games gonna get you.
Okay, he's all right. Okay, so look, he didn't fall for the bait. Now TTBN is a very left-leaning kind of person, so that's why they did the Ghost of Woke-Tay thing, and he's talked about Yote and all this other bullshit as well. So comment says, thank you for the 5 bits. His videos look so long, so he's plenty of fumble to potential. He does. He's got 11 minutes. So far, we're 3 minutes and 40 seconds in, and he has not taken the bait and gone political, and he's only talked about the Game Awards themselves and what the game has done for E33.
Oh, so that's my problem is I get too political on my channel, which I openly talk about my politics. Is that why I'm... This is so funny to me now.
Very logical the entire time. We are
always logical.
On the precipice of something, chat.
I'm always logical.
We're on the precipice of something.
But other than that, Expedition 33 was the winner by default, okay?
Yes.
And it's weird to be like, well,
so
let's
weird
say
watching this.
The next time, only 3 awards. They can only win a maximum of 3. Doesn't matter how good your game is, you can win a maximum of 3. And then on top of that,
all right, come on.
People are talking about why did it win Best Art Direction, and I'm seeing so many Twitter heads going like, "Oh, but it looks like Unreal Engine 5 slop." I need to tell you guys something. We've talked about this before. You're overusing the term slop to the point where it means nothing.
Let's go, motherfucker! Let's go!
But have I not been saying this forever? Like, have I not been saying forever that people are overusing slop? Like, bro, you may not like the fact that I am left-leaning or whatever, because again, I don't know your content habits, but I am consistent. The thing here is, like I said before, it's not like I'm just now cooking. It's that because you have already agreed with the position of liking Expedition 33, you're more willing to hear me out and not make jokes about, I don't know, my hair or anything like that. But I have been saying this forever. People have always overused the term slop. People have always taken the most extreme reactionary views to things, and people aren't taking a step back. This is the same kind of analysis I do for other shit. I don't know why this is the one where it's like he's not fumbling.
Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Let's
But it's
fucking
like-
go, motherfucker! Get that fucking ball! Take that bitch to a cook! Cook, motherfucker! Let's fucking go!
But I'm not going to be mad at someone who's glazing me. Come on now. How often do I get glazed?
Come on! You're like,
I know
brother, if you
most-
make this 180 in fucking 20...
I know most of my positions people don't like because I'm not like gamers are good all the time. So yes, I'm going to be a little bit like, you know what? Go off. Yes, praise me. I don't get praise. I get weirdos who come into my comment section saying Aspen Gold owns you. So yeah, go nuts.
26, you're gonna pop the fuck off, my boy. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Come on, brother. You got this. Take that ball to the goddamn end zone and fucking spike that sumbitch. You fucking got this, dude. If you 180 this, 2026 will be your fucking year, my boy.
And on top of that, art direction isn't just graphics, because they're like Hades 2 should have won. Silk Song should have won.
Yes.
I know in their minds, they think any game that has bright colors and doesn't look like it as like high fidelity means good art direction.
But even by that metric, E33 has some of the amazing visuals with brilliant. Brother, chat.
Don't be fucking surprised. No, now I'm mad. No. Hold on. Don't piss me off now. Okay. Don't be surprised by this because I have always talked about art direction. You guys know this. I have always talked about art direction. I have talked about character designs. I've talked about that shit at length. I have talked about that so much. I am so curious as to what content they actually see of mine. If this is like a surprise take from me, like, yes, this is what I mean when I talk about shit holistically. This is what I mean when I analyze games. I'm not just saying this shit's woke, it looks like doo-doo. I can talk about art direction. I can talk about the fact that those aren't valid critiques because that's me. You guys are finally seeing what I'm talking about. Look at the difference when people who normally disagree with me actually listen to my points and not just write me off because I'm left-leaning or whatever. They're like, oh my God, he's cooking. I'm always cooking. The stove is never off.
We are witnessing history, chat. We are witnessing history. This is an unironic TTBNW.
I think he's live right now. Should I? No, I'm not gonna go into his video.
Shit, holy
I'm
no! I'm not gonna relax. Crowley, when I show you his fucking YouTube page, you're gonna see why.
And again, oh please show my YouTube page. I love Hades. I've been playing Hades 2 nonstop, damn near. I also like Hollow Knight Silk Song.
Good.
To say that Expedition 33 doesn't have good art direction is to tell people you don't understand what art direction is.
Oh my
it's
God,
not just graphics or pretty color. It's the totality of the creative vision. It is the art director's job in order to make sure that the game has a
It's TTBN, Josh.
Cohesive visual aesthetics, right? And that includes sound design, themes, moods, mechanics, like things to match those things. Like that's part of the creative art direction. Did I wake up from the Matrix? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, you guys. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hold on. Let me go to his I think he's live. Hold on. Let me go to it's oh no. Alex? I keep fucking up his name. I should look. He is live. Let's see. Hold on. Let's check in.
Hopes when it comes to like why people don't.
You can't what? What did I miss? Oh, he's tweaking? Yeah. Good night, Wheezy. I'm going to bed too soon. Yeah, I'm tired, bro.
Harmon is the Temu version
Hold on.
of Reforge.
It's bro, Deghetto. Thank you for the 2.
Hold on, I'm gonna say something. Hi, it's me, just here to say I am watching you react to one of my videos, and I'm letting you know I've always cooked. Your tastes have just evolved.
They dumped Harmon after birth in the wildlife reserve.
They
I want to see. He probably won't respond to it because there's a bunch of people in this room. But I just wanted to do that live.
Vibe, dude. I appreciate that. Chat. Did you guys like the stream? Did you guys have a good time?
Yeah, I absolutely.
Did you guys have fun?
I absolutely don't think he saw that.
Huh?
But
I bet you did. Yes. Did you? Good. I'm glad. I'm glad everybody had a good time. Boys, listen.
The Axeman?
Say thank you guys, man.
Harmon would eat Reforge alive
the
like
fuck?
a python.
The Actman's
Thank you,
here?
Actman. I appreciate that. Don't forget to leave a like. Thank you for the 2, Litter. I appreciate that as well. Boys, I got to tell you something.
This is so funny.
You guys
okay,
have
hold on.
really exponentially changed my life.
I'm not here for this. I'm not here for this.
You have no fucking clue.
Woke gay shit. Get out of here. Okay. So back to him being surprised at me being awesome. We've played Exorcist. Yeah, we're having a weird night tonight. 33. It plays like a fucking painting, okay?
Because it's with the paintress. That's the point. That's why it plays like a painting. Because the villain is called the paintress.
I understand that. That's why I said it was a painting.
There's more to it, but I don't want to spoil the game. But there's more to why it plays like a painting.
Yeah,
There's
I know.
a lot more as to why it looks like a painting.
I know. The Actman too. No, the Actman was in his stream that I just went to and typed in there.
Literally a lot more. I don't want to spoil it because it's really good. But he gets it. He fucking gets it. Red Chaos, thank you for the 1.
Of course I get it. I'm very intelligent.
It's that he finally gets it.
I have a very high IQ. Notice how I'm wearing my Rick and Morty shirt. I'm in smart mode.
W, he locked the fuck in. See you in 2026.
So many of the mechanics bleed into each other. From a visual standpoint, they have striking vistas. They have a very unique art style. People want to say it's Unreal Engine slop. You can look at the game, but you know this is Exorcist 33 you're playing.
Yes.
Okay. The music is phenomenal in this game.
Brother, come on.
Even like, look at the overworld. Like, there are such distinctive visual markers to let you know you are playing Exorcist 33.
Yes.
It isn't this generic game people want to reduce it to because their favorite game didn't win fucking best art direction.
Cock! Fucking cock! Come on.
Is this how I do my react? Is this why my reaction videos are so fucking long? 11-minute video, 27-minute. Actually, for my sake, for me, 11-minute video, I would probably have an hour-long reaction. So he's probably shorter than he's faster than me.
You can fucking turn this around. I swear to God.
He's faster than me.
You can turn this shit
He's
around,
faster
brother.
than me.
You can turn this entire.
I'm fucking slow. If you guys give me a 10-minute video, it'll be a 40-minute reaction.
Pendulum around if you stick with this fucking move.
Insane. And then, of course, they're mad that it won Best Indie because people are suddenly forgetting what indie is. Listen, indie is not about your budget. It's not. Or you an independent publisher. Now, if you want to argue about like expose, 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 expose. Okay, stop being amazed. I do this shit all the time. I do this shit all the time. I bring up facts and I have things to support my facts. I do that all the time. It's just on topics you motherfuckers don't like. That's why. I do this all the time.
Expose, 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 expose. You're exposed. You're exposed. You are exposed. Expose, 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 expose.
But you know what this means though? This means that people who say that I have an echo chamber, where you at? This is not my chamber. This is not my audience. They clearly have a perception about me where it's like I have bad takes, L takes, lefty, ill, tomato, 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 tomato. And yet, when you cut through the noise, they're like, oh, you make valid points. And maybe some people will come to this and be like, oh, if he's valid on this, maybe I should re-examine his stances on certain things. Because I'm still coming at this at the framework that I always come at it. Look at things in totality, not just in a vacuum. That's why I brought up the fact that there were other games that cost more money than Exorcist 33 that no one's mad about. That's why I brought up the fact that they were mad about it winning when previously, when Baldur's Gate 3 ran the table, no one was mad about that. I'm bringing out things outside of the specific conversation to give you a bigger picture. And I do this all the time.
You are exposed, sir. I'm going to expose you.
Holy dude. He just dropped a fucking bomb, brother.
Or you an independent publisher. Now, if you want to argue about like indie in terms of, like the spirit, because most people are going by vibe, where indie needs to be a game where 4 to like 6 people made it and like they had less than like $100,000. That's what they decide it's indie, right? But indie just means there's no big publisher. A big publisher's not pushing it.
Correct.
So by that metric, it is also indie.
Correct.
People are talking about the budget. The budget was 10 million at most. The games in the same category had a bigger budget.
Yes.
Right? And they're still like, well, it shouldn't have won. You're getting upset over nothing. Like, as much as these awards mean a lot to like the developers and people in the industry.
Come on, brother.
You played the game. Why do you care? What?
He's doing it. Chad. He's beginning to believe.
I always cook. I always cook.
Chat. He's beginning to believe. He's so based right now, I'm going to come. He's beginning to believe, chat. He's fucking doing it, brother. He's beginning to believe.
I've always been this way. Like, this is a celebration at the end of the day. People just getting nominated is an amazing feat within itself.
Yes.
Considering how many games have come out and continue to come out every year.
Yes.
But like, everyone's being so annoying now because Expedition 33 won. It's a good game. Like, what do you want? It's a good game.
Yeah.
It's a banger. I'm just seeing people continuously being disingenuous about the games, like posting random screenshots going, this one best art direction. Yeah, dude, you can literally do that by any game. You can take a frame or a moment out of context, put it onto Twitter, shitty compression, but I can't believe this game won Game of the Year.
It's crazy.
I'm cooking, you guys. The chef. I'm a chef. I'm gonna just skip it here. If he just leaves for a bit and he doesn't talk.
Go and get the other one.
Was I cooking too hard? This game has the best gameplay. Look at the pause menu. It's like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? People are not complaining about how the Game Awards care more about narrative and less about gameplay.
He got James's tweet.
I don't know who James is.
He got James's tweet.
I don't know.
Like,
I just saw a tweet.
What is
happening? How is this game broken so many brains? It's just a good game. It won it won too much. Is that the real argument you guys are going with? It won too much. It shouldn't have won 11. It should have only, or shouldn't have got nominated for like 11. It should have only won like 4. It shouldn't have won the 9 it did. It did though. So
It
now
did
what?
though.
Does that mean now the games it beat are bad games and you can't play it? Does it mean other people still won't go out and play these games?
Brother, you have 3 minutes left. You're literally at the end zone. You're at the 20-yard line.
This is so fucking funny to me. This is so
It's fourth
funny.
and goal.
This is so fun. Does he ever go to my channel?
In. Don't fucking punt it. Don't go for the field goal. Run this bitch in.
This
You
is a
got
long-
the fucking play. Don't fuck this up.
Okay, I don't know, chat. Do you guys think I fucked this up? Do you guys think I fucked up here? Let's see. Let's see. I finally got a W, so I probably didn't. Kind of spoiled it here, but I'm still amazed that I'm even a topic that people know about.
You missed Harjit's super.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mac. I guess I'm not sure where the issue came from. Astrobot won 7 awards last year. Don't recall this narrative. E3319. Why is that too many? Always something.
The reason why it wasn't the problem for Astrobot is because Astrobot was a cute platformer, and Astrobot didn't come out the same year as Silksong. That's why. If Astrobot came out this year and it won, people would be like, why did Astrobot win when Expedition 33 was right there? Like, it's always going to be that. It's always going to be that.
True, Hargate. True. Thank you for the 10, brother.
Are suddenly the other games, the sales just gonna completely stop now?
No, they're not.
People are only gonna play Expedition 33. And you know what really gets me too is the fact that you hear this all the time that we're out of ideas, whether it's like Hollywood or in the game industry. They're so repetitive. They're all doing is remasters and remakes. This was one of the few games that wasn't a sequel.
Right.
Really think about it. These nominees, right? You had Hollow Knight Silksong, which is a sequel. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, sequel. Donkey Kong Bonanza, while not a sequel, it is the next game in the established series that goes back decades.
Right.
Hades 2, sequel. Death Stranding 2, sequel. And then you had Clair Obscur, Expedition 33. It is the only game nominated that is a new IP. No established history, no established pedigree, right? Just, this is it. You would think in any other context, people would be celebrating a brand new IP coming out this hard and winning. Again, not a part of anything established previously. But instead of celebrating that lets you know that, wow, there's still so much more life in gaming. It's why. Damn, this guy's cooking. Whoever this TTBN guy is, he's fucking cooking. He's goddamn. Damn, is his takes always so good and succinct and brilliant? Get at my favorite sequel win. Like, is that hard to understand that maybe? Bro seems very smart. I am. I'm educated. I love video games. I do this. This thing that's being done, I do this. Again, you just don't like the topics I pick. You don't like the topics that I pick. But when it's something you can already fuck with, suddenly I'm Nostradamus. Suddenly I am this guy who's like, damn, he's spitting. But if I'm talking about how people are focusing too much on graphics and they're being gooners, no one's listening. I'm the enemy. If I talk about, oh man, the reason why these games are shitty is not because these developers are bad. It's because you have extenuating circumstances like being crushed under the weight of capitalism, living in a society where you have developers who may not even have a job, regardless if they do well or not, regardless if the game does well or not. And that stress leads to people being more and more, stressed out. And that leads to people being less and less willing to take risks. They're becoming more risk adverse. So games start to homogenize and you get more and more of the Focus M AAA games, right? Those things all connect to each other. So when I talk about things in parts of the pipeline, people get mad at me. But when I talk about this shit, which is also part of it, suddenly he's cooking. If you understand my logic here, hold on to that when I talk you guys through the real reason why Concord failed, or the real reason why, like I did earlier, Splitgate 2 didn't do well, or the real reason for these things. It's the same logic holding up there. I'm looking at this shit and going, okay, here is the outcome. How did we get there? Well, look at when they came out. Look at what was surrounding that. People couldn't afford to buy groceries. So games overall were doing less money than before, right? So on top of that, people are going to be less likely to spend money on unproven IPs than they are for proven things. So newer games might do worse. Like when people talk about, oh, no one's playing these new modern games. They're all playing games that are 6 years old. They're playing Fortnite though. They're playing Roblox and Minecraft. Those games that are continuous games, right? It's not like they're going back and playing fucking Halo 2, right? They're still playing games that are coming out now.
He's gonna do it, chat.
Wait, what the fuck? Hey, Hargeet, I don't know if you remember, but when we were at Summer Games Fest, TTBN was there too. I was spotted in public. What?
He's really gonna do it.
Can we talk about how crazy that is? When we were in the Summer Game Fest, I was recognized. I did have one fan channel supporter come talk to me, but I didn't know other people could perceive me either.
The man fucking did it. The man took an entire year to finally have a good take.
I disagree with that.
The same guy that was defending Alyssa Mercante.
There it is. There it is. There it is. I had a sneaking suspicion. That this was more of like a, we don't like him because of his stances and not the actual quality of the content. And now he's defending Alyssa. And we didn't like that. But now that he's talking about Exorcism 33, mind you, defending someone from objective harassment, like, we didn't gotta get into that, but objectively her being harassed.
And downplaying Asmongold.
Oh my God. So you're an Asmongold fan. Okay. Okay, I get it. Downplaying Asmongold. Let's be accurate. I wasn't downplaying him. I was attacking his arguments because his arguments are weak and vitriolic. And he's a hateful fucking individual who spreads nothing but misery. And I stand 10 toes on that. And I will always stand on that. I'm principled.
This is the same guy.
That's right.
He doesn't have great takes.
Discuss with the people telling me that KCD2 deserved the RPG award.
I always have good
had an
takes.
established fan base. E33 had to get fans from the ground.
That's right, Zan. Thank you for the 5. He's not known for having good takes, chat.
I'm not known for having popular takes among certain audiences. Yes, I believe that to be true. I believe that to be true. Yes, 100%. 100%. But most of my takes have panned out in reality. All I'm going to say. Code Violet came out. Hot, sexy lady. I always tell you guys, that's not enough to carry a game. You have to have mechanics behind it. I get called a shill and all these things. Look at Code Violet. Look at the First Descendant. I'm just saying. Just like that, have consistent morals. Yeah. I'm consistent. So they don't like my takes. It could do that consistency because I'm consistently against their worldview. But the thing too is, now here is the psychological trick they have to do. It can't be that I have been consistent and more often than not correct in my assertions where they haven't been. It has to be I have woken up from the matrix and now I have finally seen it. And I was like, no, I've always had these views and I've always been consistent in this. That's the thing. They just don't like what I'm consistent with. That's why he's bringing that up.
He's got 2 minutes left.
I think about it. He said that this is the same guy who defended Alyssa Mercante and downplayed Asmongold, as if downplaying Asmongold is this sin that people must not commit, right? And I'm like, you cannot defend Alyssa Mercante. Doesn't say defended her from what though, right? Not from what? And maybe he has in other videos, but not from what? And downplaying Asmongold. How? What did I say? What are my actual arguments? Do you not want those to be seen? Again, footage says another video, I don't know. But it's interesting. For art direction, Hades 2 didn't win because while Hades 2 looks phenomenal, it looks just like Hades 1, which also had great art style, but you've already seen it. Hollow Knight, Silksong, you saw that in Hollow Knight. It's the same art style. Like,
Ponies crying that Expedition 33 was winning too much, but they had no problem with 2 PS5 games getting 19
You're
nominations.
absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
and he seems to engage in like console war bullshit. I don't understand that.
100%. 100%. You're
like,
right.
I don't do that.
Island Boy, thank you for the 5.
That not been considered? I don't know, man. Like, it just seems weird. It seems weird to me that for an industry that's always told it's running out of ideas, it's getting stale, that when a new IP exists and does well, and it doesn't cost $1 billion, and it's not having a full of microtransactions. In fact, they released free DLC the day that they won the Game Awards. Free DLC. As a thank you to the players, you guys are sitting here bitching because it won too much. Like, I know I say this a lot, but are we just caught in a misery cycle? Is that the only acceptable reaction to shit now, is just to be mad and miserable?
Yep.
You guys can't just celebrate the wins. You can't just
7 noms 1-4 Ragnarok 1-6 BG 3-1-6 Last of Us 2-1-7. Were those too many?
They know, Hargeet. No one complained when those won.
Asmongold. That dude has severe brainwash. No much to put on a pedestal. Thank you. Man's worked hard for that W. I did that video on a whim. This wasn't me working hard. This is me being annoyed. This is what it looks like when I'm fed up. Celebrate the games that you like. It has to be this like, oh my God, they got robbed, or this was this. Mind you, the community manager for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 said they got robbed, right? They put the "this is fine" meme out. I'm all like, what are we doing? This is literally supposed to be a night to celebrate the industry, to celebrate everyone. And instead now it's just another goddamn pissing contest on the internet. Ugh.
This week has taught me that too many
annoying.
people don't understand art direction/style. They just think of Moo graphics.
They do. They really do.
But I said it's so annoying. You better have liked the video then, bitch. You better have liked it. Better have liked it. I don't think he liked it. Look, I say he's waking up, eyes are opening. This is a 180. Just wow. This is not a 180. This is the shit I be doing. I be doing this. He gets 1 W a year. I love this. I love this so much. I will take my yearly W. Thank you. I will take my yearly W.
Before with some of your takes that were not great.
Well, hold on. What'd you say?
I must say, I'm impressed. A very favorable like ratio too. A well-deserved W.
TTBN?
I have a question before you start to praise me for here. This video at this moment had 1,700 views, right? December 12th, 1,700 views. Are you subscribed? No, you're not. So how am I on your radar? This wasn't like my other video that got like over 10,000 views or 20,000 views, right? This is like a whatever video. This is like a whatever. This is like normal views for me. So I want to know how this got into anyone's fucking radar. That's what I want to know. And how have I been on so many people's radar suddenly? Like, I know obviously the whole me and Asmongold thing has put me there, but this is prior to that, I want to say. So what? But yes.
I've featured you on this channel before with some of your takes that were not great.
When?
Sir?
I didn't see this.
You earned this.
I thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. My Super Bowl victory. Thank you for the thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Bravo.
Yes.
Bravo fucking vo.
Yes. You're right. You're right, Zan Zoltan. I did go home and fuck the prom queen. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much.
In the chat, he finally fucking did it.
Thank you for
the chat, he finally fucking did it. We finally have a W tonight.
Thank you.
I want to let you guys know the kind of content creator TTBN actually is. He has done multiple videos. He's incredibly, I guess you could say, left-leaning.
Yes.
He has consistently had bad takes about gaming in general.
He's had
bad takes calling people grifters. He's had bad takes.
That's true.
Doing all kinds of stuff. A lot of the stuff.
No, but a lot of my stuff is accurate. Jack Doherty sucks.
Stuff he's talked about has always been with a political slant.
Yes.
He talked about.
But a lot of the stuff that you guys are supporting are political. You're clearly into Camp Asmongold. he's the #1 Twitch streamer in politics. But I just want to say my acceptance speech. I just want to say thank you to the Banana Man, Alex, for featuring me. I just want to say that none of this can be done without the power of God. So give glory to him first. And then secondly, glory to Satan. And then, you got to be fair and balanced. And then third of all, I would like to thank my viewers for creating an echo chamber for me that I were able to build my confidence. And I would also like to say that I'm always cooking. I'm always cooking. You may not like the result, but like your broccoli, it's good for you. So you should try eating it from time to time. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
About like Sweet Baby Inc. and stuff like that. He's talked about LD.
Okay, the way that he's so familiar with these people, LD, it's very obvious why they don't like me. But even that video, but legendary drops, I cooked harder in that one. I cooked harder in that video because his points were insane. He was talking about how, I think that's the video where he's talking about how Polygon doesn't give a shit or whatever. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? You guys can watch it. He's on my channel right now.
LD's video is mind-numbingly bad. Like, that's a horrible take. Like, we know that one's not good.
Wait. Why is that a horrible take? He watched a portion of it. Why is that a horrible take, though? Did you not watch the video?
Anti-woke gamers are insane. Like, he's had quite a few bad takes in quite a bit of things throughout the year, calling Asmongold a hypocrite, calling transphobia for the cheater in Battlefield 6.
Again, if you watch the, okay, so clearly that was the video. I don't like LD, to be fair. Listen. Hold on. I'm not going to challenge him to a fight. For what? I don't do that. But I love the fact that it's VTuber banned for cheating in Battlefield 6, transphobia at play. In that video, I talk about the fact that whether they cheated or not at this point is immaterial. And I do bring up footage where people are like, they didn't cheat. Experts saying she didn't cheat, right? But like, I was focusing on the fact that people were using this as an avenue to be transphobic, much like how I was talking about in the Expedition 33 video, the video that I cooked in, where I was saying people were using that as a vehicle to just be upset at things without any sort of rationale behind that. So that's what I mean when I say, when they like the topic that I do, he cooks. But if I apply that same shit to something else, it's, well, and all the issues he's had so far, it's me talking about transphobia, me not liking Asmongold, me not liking legendary drops. And that puts me on the bad list, I guess.
The reason why he had an issue with it. So TTBN has been known for having, in my opinion, some pretty bad fucking takes throughout the entire year. Trying to shit on LD #1 is, in my opinion, fucking crazy.
What? I would love to know why that's crazy, though. Like, why is that crazy? I attack his points. Please watch the rest of that video in your free time. You'll see that I'm actually attacking his argumentation because it doesn't hold water.
The fact that the dude literally had a W video, if he keeps this up, he's going to turn that fucking channel around.
I like how, okay, so something broken clop. I was waiting for the fumble. He's evolved. Now and then visit China. I'm looking for some, okay. People have to see those high points. TTBN blames white supremacy for gaming's failure. I love that. I love that because they're talking about my. Okay. This comment's hilarious to me. He's saying that I blame white supremacy for gaming's failures. Let me just show you what the actual video was about. Okay. I literally titled it, you know who. I literally titled it, White Supremacy is Ruining Gaming Discourse. White supremacy is ruining gaming discourse and more. Ruining the discourse in gaming becomes blaming white supremacy for gaming's failure. Do you see what I put up with? Do you see the perceptions I have to constantly fight against? Wait, how is this his only good take? He's had all year to be getting called out bigots and grifters in gaming. I view that as a good thing. That's right. Agree, but don't forget, if Book Minority loves to show pictures of things, of course, it's a bad take to them because what they want. I think the dude gave calling out grift because it's so much of it. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. That's ultimately, and listen, I'm going to be straight up with you guys. I have no ill feelings towards, oh no, it's Alex. I have nothing negative to say about this person because mostly I don't really know what this person's output is. I understand that they most likely are like an Asmongold fan, like LD, that group, but I have no personal vendetta against him. I don't have anything against this person, but
greedy.
Oh, this isn't even from him. This is just a fan channel of his. Okay, interesting. But I don't have any. This is the fan channel, so it's not like about, it's not him doing this, right? Like, obviously that's his content, but not his page. But like, does he have a streaming page? No. I don't know when that was, but it looks like a lot of his output is focused on console news. NVIDIA, Xbox Media Steam was right. So like, and I guess that he's super into consoles, which is fine. I have no ill will towards him. I think it's interesting that I have become a featured channel on this page. Especially when I don't really think I'm worth reacting to, but that's awesome. I like that. That's cool. Thank you again for the approval, I guess, for saying that I finally got a W this year because I have bad takes all the time. I would have to disagree with you on the me having bad takes thing. But again, I don't have any negative things to say. I don't know this person. I haven't come across their content. The content doesn't seem something that would perturb me. I just don't participate in console wars, so I don't really have interest in that. But to his audience that is seeing me for the first time, maybe view my stuff with your own eyes and not through the lens of someone else who can color your perception, because they're going to prime you to automatically be against me and what I'm saying. And all I'm saying, for the most part, is these grifters and their rhetoric have ruined discussions online because we can't talk about things at its core. Like he said, I stuck to this video talking about just the game and not politics. I would love to just talk about the game and not the politics. But everyone keeps talking about the politics. Exhibition 33, there are people talking about there's too many black people in the background. Tides of Annihilation, they want to make this another culture war game like they did with Stellar Blade. They bring too much political things to this arena for me to not talk about it because that's their framework. So I'm going to use said framework to break down their argument. And like, this is why they're actually mad. So yeah, it's going to be political. If you don't want me talking about politics like that, then you should be happy that I'm going after these grifters. If we get them out the space, then I can just talk about why Expedition 33 is an amazing game and not have to mention how they're attacking voice actress Jennifer English because she's queer and mentioned that during her speech. Because why is that news, right? I think that streamer is thinking of trying to pirate at you too. I don't know what that means. Honestly, I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. But if you are looking at my stuff and they're talking about, like, go watch the video where he talked about, like, these are my bad takes without really getting into it. Watch it for yourself and see, is this actually a bad take? Or have you been primed to automatically dismiss people like me because I have a different ideological leaning? A lot of my content, I have to listen to other people. I listened to Dr. Disaster, and while I disagree with most of his stuff, I give credit where credit was due. And I even broke down the fact that if he took out this forced culture war stuff, he would have much more salient points. But they don't do that because they need to keep you angry and mad. And I don't want you guys angry and mad. But it's fucking late. I'm only streaming for like over 4 hours. I usually don't stream this long. So we will be cutting this here. Thank you guys for stopping by and watching. Did not think I would be doing mostly reactions today. I didn't plan that because I don't plan most things. I kind of just click start and just go with it. But thank you for sticking around as long as you did. Thank you to people who did super chats. Like I said, you don't have to super chat me. You can keep your money unless you want to give me money, then go ahead. But it's not mandatory. You guys don't have to pay to interact with me. I like to stream once a week, touch bases with you guys, talk about shit. So we've done enough yapping. We're gonna go to bed now, or at least you're gonna go to bed. I'm gonna probably watch more Detective Conan. I've been on the Detective Conan rewatch for 2 weeks now. I love that goddamn show. But yes, I will be uploading, I guess, chopped up bits of the stream next week, and I'll try to record some new stuff for you guys. I'm trying to be more frequent with my uploads, at least 3 uploads a week, at least. So that was my resolution for this year, and to not do as much React content, which is ironic because this whole stream was me reacting to things. But to be fair, one of them was about me, which I don't know if that makes it better or worse.